Announcements, none. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister of Finance, Minister for Rodrigues and Outer Islands, whether in regard to the death of Mr. J.K. Whitey, allegedly through the use of a firearm, he will, for the benefit of the House, obtain from the Commissioner of Police information as to where matters stand in respect of the police inquiry initiated thereinto, indicating the number of A, cases involving illegal weapons reported since January 2025 to date, further indicating in each case the types thereof and quantity seized, and B, firearms legally held in the country as at to date, further indicating the Roman 1 amount of ammunition sold since January 2025 to date, and Roman 2 number of licenses therefore currently active, suspended or revoked.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the 11th of June of this year, following information received at the Police Main Command and Control Centre, the QP Police proceeded to Chassé de Villars, Mildens, and where they found the body of Mr. J.K. Whitey, aged 40, with an apparent gunshot injury to the left side of the chest. The area was secured and exhibits were collected by SOCO. A forensic science officer also attended the scene of crime. An autopsy was conducted on the 12th of June 2026 and certified that the death was due to a gunshot wound at the chest. The investigation is being conducted jointly by the Central CID QPIP, CID Eastern Division, and the MCIT. In the course of the investigation, 21 persons were interrogated and subsequently allowed to go after their statements had been recorded. CCTV footages from various sources were also retrieved and are being examined. On the 8th of July 2026, a communique was issued by the police inviting the public to come forward with any information in connection with the case. A reward of 500,000 rupees has been proposed to any reliable informer. Subsequently, 4 persons have approached the police and statements have been recorded from 3 of them. The MCIT is continuing investigation into the matter by questioning suspects, which is being done on a regular basis, that is daily, in order to elucidate the matter. The inquiry is ongoing. I wish to inform the House that a team of foreign investigators is also assisting the police in this inquiry. With regard to Part A of the question, there are 4 cases involving illegal weapons since January 2025 to 27th of July 2026. The details of the cases are as follows. On the 24th of July 2026, a case of illegal spreading of noxious substance was reported at Cité Toll, Maïbo. On the 23rd of July 2026, an alleged case of gunshot was reported at Old Grand Port. On the 21st of July 2026, an alleged case of sequestration was reported where gunshots were fired at Palma Catobon. And on the 22nd of July 2026, an alleged case of gunshot at Berkeley. Madam Speaker, with regards to Part B1 and B2 of the question, I'm informed that there are 4,287 firearms licenses that were issued up to the 27th of July 2026. The issue of firearm licenses is subject to strict eligibility criteria. The licensees should A, successfully complete the prescribed training and pass the required test, B, be at least 18 years of age and citizens of Mauritius, 3, C, be a fit and proper person to possess or deal in firearms, D, be physically fit and of stable mental condition, E, not to be dependent on intoxicating or narcotic substances, F, have no conviction under the Firearms Act, and G, have no relevant convictions involving firearms, domestic violence, or dangerous drugs, whether in Mauritius or abroad. With regard to the amount of ammunition sold, I am informed that the police have given approval to 3 firearm dealers to import ammunition. On a monthly basis, the firearm dealers are required to provide to the police the stock of firearms and ammunition. I have requested the Commissioner of Police to review and strengthen the procedures for monitoring the sale of arms and ammunition and ensure a more stringent control. Madam Speaker, the number of firearm licenses currently active is 4,287. There are 8 licenses which were revoked. I have also requested the Commissioner of Police to review the criteria for granting of firearm licenses. At the same time, the Commissioner of Police will review the list of firearm licenses and revoke licenses whenever the reasons for such licenses were delivered and which are no longer valid. Madam Speaker, in assuming office in November 2024, we inherited a law and order situation that threatened not only the reputation of the police, an institution officially recognized as a disciplined force, guided by the values of integrity, accountability, and public service, but also the very foundation of public trust in our institutions. We have embarked on an ambitious plan to reform the police with the assistance of foreign expertise and to transform it into a more dynamic service responsible to the needs of a modern society. In this context, the forthcoming setting up of the National Crime Agency represents an important institutional reform. The reform represents a pivotal step towards building an integrated, intelligence-led, and multi-agency response to serious unorganized crime.
Thank you. Your first supplementary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. To start with, I want me to express my
Yeah,
condolences
put your mic,
to the
put your mic.
bereaved family. Madam Speaker, regarding the tragic death of Mr. JKYT at the hunting grounds in Midlands, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House of the findings of the ballistic report, specifying, if he has the information, the exact type of firearm used?
This, Madam Speaker, is part of the inquiry that is ongoing.
Okay.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether the ballistic evidence points to the use of an unregistered and therefore an illegal firearm?
Madam Speaker,
Can you
I'm not
reveal
in a
that?
position to give details on this at the moment.
At this stage.
Of
At
course,
this
it's an
stage.
inquiry is ongoing.
Of course.
I want to get into the details of the inquiry because the question is with regard to illegal firearms, Madam Speaker.
But
Now, the Honourable Prime Minister stated that in his answer, that the police offered a financial reward for information leading to the resolution of this case. Can the House be informed, therefore, whether there has been any tangible development or breakthrough directly resulting from this reward initiative? Honourable Prime
I
Minister.
just said, Madam Speaker, that the 4 people who responded to that, 3 of them gave statements. 1 of them was not valid.
Now, because that also you stated, let me ask you this question. You've stated in your reply that you've requested the Commissioner of Police to review and strengthen the procedures for allocation of licenses and also to review the criteria for granting firearm licenses. May we know what is the time frame, Honourable Prime Minister?
I'm not quite sure what the question. I've asked him to review because you know what happened in the past when you were in government. I can give you details. So we have to put order. Yeah, you destroyed the system. We're correcting what mess you did. And this is why he's re-looking at all this.
Honourable Prime Minister always refer to the past. We are living in the present, Madam Speaker. Now, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House if the police force has conducted physical inspections of all designated hunting grounds, that is chassés, across the island, including a thorough check of their registries against the National Firearm Database.
The police is doing all this, Madam Speaker. This falls under the Ministry of Agro-Industry, but the police are they are coordinating with them.
I've been informed that no such physical inspections are carried out, Madam Speaker. Now,
Giving evidence?
No. Minister.
if this is the case, when those inspections are carried out, will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether they keep track of the movement of firearms used for hunting and also detect anomalies regarding the presence or absence of registered members on these hunting grounds?
Speaker, how will they be able to follow everybody who's using firearms? They're doing what they're supposed to do. That is, if there's a case, they follow up, they do the investigation, as I've just said. But you're suggesting that they should follow everybody who has a firearm, it's impossible.
Referring to when the hunting season is on, Madam Speaker. Now, given that we are in the hunting season, can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm to the House how he intends then to guarantee the safety of civilians and law-abiding hunters while these sensitive inquiries are ongoing?
I don't see how one prevents the other. Inquiry is ongoing and people are going for hunting. But two different things.
We still don't know what happened, Madam Speaker. Now, with regard to the incident which occurred at Cantorel involving an alleged gunshot, can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm to the House if the firearm has been secured and what is the status of that specific investigation?
You mean the one used?
Yeah.
The one that was
Alleged.
used in, allegedly used?
Are you referring to a different case?
No, don't speak
Of
from
course, you asked a question about one case, now you're asking me about another.
don't speak from a sitting position, please.
Madam Speaker, we are witnessing a disturbing rise in the use of alternative weapons, notably the use of samurai swords and telescopic batons, that is matraque telescopic. Is the Honourable Prime Minister aware that in recent months, civilians have been arming themselves with these dangerous weapons for self-defense out of fear of being attacked?
It's unbelievable, as if we're living in America.
Would you know?
He should have looked what happened yesterday when his leader was questioned. He threatened to kill people with firearms, openly, to Ijimuli. And now he's telling me all this.
The henchmen of the leader.
No, come.
Your people.
Come with your next question, please. Otherwise,
Bodyguards.
This is not relevant at all, Madam Speaker.
Threatened journalists. Your own. Law and order.
Now, the police force is overwhelmed with the rise in crime in this country. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister what concrete measures have been put in place by the Commissioner of Police to prevent a situation where victims are forced to defend themselves and they end up on the accusations bench, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, I think the Honourable Leader of the Opposition should know section of the Constitution, section 71(3) is clear. I give a general guidance, directions
To the
of policy to the Commissioner of Police. I don't tell him, go and do this, go and do that, go and do that. That I can't do.
Speaker, the fear is real in this country. The population no longer trusts the state to protect them, unfortunately.
you're making
Madam Speaker, we often hear concerns regarding the use of tasers
Chup chap.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm, firstly, whether it is still under consideration for police officers to be equipped with tasers, Madam Speaker?
Just to answer that first part, I've got three. I can table it. What happened during your mandate, where firearms were openly being sold. People who were going to tell the police, they were being arrested. Plusieurs vols d'armes à feu en 24 heures in May 2022. Des pièces d'armes à feu saisies en enquête initiée pour importation illégale, September 2022. June 2016, armes à feu, les autorités désarmées. This is what was happening under the previous regime. This is what we're correcting. This is why we're coming with this new institution that is called the National Crime Agency to put order in all those things.
Okay. Some people are asking for supplementaries. Okay. Do you have?
Yeah, I have quite a few questions. If you want to
Okay.
hear them, then it's okay, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Dr. Amir? Dr. Amir? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then,
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, will you recommend to the Commissioner of Police or Government for the establishment of a centralized electronic registry enabling real-time monitoring of firearm licenses, renewals, transfers, losses, and revocations, since, as you just mentioned, in the last government, these were done openly selling arms to the public? Thank you.
This is what I said earlier. It was also being sold openly. People were threatened yesterday. His former lead, his leader, not former, threatened people with firearms to kill people yesterday in the public. This is what they were doing.
One moment. The Honourable Member asked you whether you are agreeable, can you say that again, to setting up?
Yes, of course I'm agreeable. I believe that the police must be doing this, but I will check.
Yes. I have Honourable Duval first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Prime Minister, referring to the inquiry in this case, more particularly the reward money that has been offered, which I think, Madam Speaker, is the right thing where witnesses do not come forward. Drawing on that, can I ask the Prime Minister whether he will consider, in another court case, the cas de Nadine Dantier, whether he will consider, in that case too there were no witnesses brought forward, and the family has been looking to offer a reward, whether the Prime Minister will now consider to extend the same mechanism for the court case of Nadine Dantier.
He's talking of a cold case.
I
now.
believe this was done, but I will have to check. I can't say for
Yes.
sure. But I can say that this case, I reopened the case, if you remember, and with the help of external police officers. And this is ongoing. The problem is all the evidence, a lot of the evidence have disappeared. So that is why it's taking so long.
Yeah, okay. Wait for a while. Yes.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I take note that you've allowed the Honourable Prime Minister to quote from newspapers today in this House, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he is aware of a disturbing practice where many persons holding licenses for hunting do not actively engage in the sport, yet continue, Honourable Prime Minister, to legally acquire ammunition year after year?
I can only inquire because if they have applied for a firearm license for hunting and they don't go hunting, it is a choice that they make. Maybe they will go and hunt in 1 year's time.
An issue, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm whether there are individuals in this country currently exploiting this practice to hoard artillery and ammunition, and whether any of these individuals are suspects in ongoing inquiries related to drug cartels
Now
in the
we're
country?
talking of hoarding now. Not just,
I explained just now, Madam Speaker, in my answer, that there are strict criteria for firearm licenses. I gave, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 criteria that I mentioned. These are the criteria that they have to stick to.
yes, Mr. Bichuk? Oh, it's already done. Okay. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
You were on the same wavelength, it seems.
Yeah, is the Honourable Prime Minister aware of the illegal online sale of restricted or prohibited firearms on social media platforms? And can he inform the House what actions are being taken by the police cybercrime unit to address same?
The police are aware of this, Madam Speaker, and they're looking into that matter because this is a complex situation because they're doing it through internet. This also is being looked into.
Yes, last.
Thank you,
Good.
Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether consideration will be given to establishing a controlled firing range facility to allow legal firearm permit holders to undergo mandatory firearm safety and shooting training?
That they have to do. These are part of the conditions for them to obtain a firearm license.
Okay. Okay, we are done with the question. Thank you, everybody. Now we go to PMQT. Yes, I'm calling on Honourable Babulal. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B 1144.
Madam Speaker, the House knows the state age pension will replace the basic retirement pension as from the 1st of January of 2027. The residency criteria to be eligible for the state age pension is also being reviewed from that date. Under the basic retirement pension scheme, the current residency criteria is as follows. Under the current system, a Mauritian citizen under the age of 70 who is residing or working abroad qualifies for the basic retirement pension if he or she has resided in Mauritius for an aggregate period of at least 12 years since attaining the age of 18. This residency criterion will no longer apply for a Mauritian citizen who reaches the age of 70. That is, he decides to stay there and to retire here. B, as regards to a non-citizen, the payment of the basic retirement pension is conditional upon the latter having resided in Mauritius for at least 15 years in aggregate since his 40th birthday, 3 of those 15 years being immediately before his claim. That is with the basic retirement pension. Madam Speaker, the residency criterion is being improved through an amendment in the Finance Bill of 2026. A person will now become eligible to the state age pension if he or she has resided in Mauritius, 1, for an aggregate period of at least 15 years since attaining the age of 40, and 2, for an aggregate of 12 months in the last 3 years preceding his claim for the pension. As the state age pension, like the basic retirement pension, is a non-contributory pension, financed entirely from public funds, the change in the residency criterion will ensure that public funds are redistributed in a fair manner. This change will ensure that the state age pension goes to people who have contributed to the development of our country and society and its tax system over their working lives, rather than those who have chosen to work abroad all their lives and now opt to come back to retire in Mauritius. Madam Speaker, let me reassure the pensioners who are already drawing the basic retirement pension under the current residency criteria that the change will not apply to them. The new residency criterion will apply only to persons making the application for the state age pension as from the 1st of January 2027. As regards the estimated number of persons who would become eligible to the state age pension, this can only be determined when a claim is made based on the person's residency record. It is therefore not possible at this stage to determine the number of Mauritian citizens currently residing or working abroad who may not satisfy the revised residency condition.
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for his answer. After the means test and the number plate measure that was suspended, this is the third measure that is being revisited by
You're not
the
putting
government.
a question.
Given that the Finance Bill actual residency requirement, an aggregate of 12 months within the last 3 years differs materially from what was announced in the budget? And next, can the Prime Minister inform the House why this discrepancy was allowed to stand unclarified for so long?
So that it was allowed to stand for so long is the fact that we do not want people who have stayed abroad, work abroad, up to the age of retirement, then suddenly come to Mauritius to retire and benefit from the same pension scheme. That is the reason.
Yes? Your second.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether any actuarial or fiscal impact assessment was carried out before setting the 15-year threshold? And if so, will the Honourable Prime Minister table it for the benefit of the House?
The people who were working on the pension, this was a policy decision. It's not by the experts. We decided that somebody who stayed abroad, worked abroad, and then comes to retire to Mauritius should not be entitled to that pension when he's died. He has never paid taxes here, never done anything for Mauritius. It hasn't improved anything here. That is the reason. It's a policy decision.
Okay. Next question. Honourable Second Member for Rivière-des-Anguilles.
Merci, Madame. Question B1145, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that from the 1st of January 2014 to 27th of July 2026, 23 police officers were arrested and interdicted from duty in connection with 18 cases of drug trafficking. The outcome of these cases is as follows. In 2014, a case was established against 2 police officers. One of the police officers passed away during the inquiry, and the second one was sentenced on the 31st of May 2019 to a penal servitude of 15 years and a fine of 10,000 rupees. In 2016, in one case, 3 police officers were arrested. Again, one of them passed away during the inquiry. The second one is awaiting judgment from the Supreme Court since 2019. And the third one was sentenced to 35 years of penal servitude and a fine of 150,000 rupees. However, the latter has lodged an application for leave to appeal to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. In 2017, one case was registered involving one police officer who was sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment and a fine of 200,000 rupees in November 2023. In 2019, one police officer was arrested and advice from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions is awaited since May 2023. In 2021, 2 cases were registered, each involving one police officer. The first police officer was sentenced to 8 years penal servitude and a fine of 50,000 rupees in March 2025, while the other officer is awaiting trial. In 2022, 2 cases were registered, each involving one police officer. For the first police officer, a case has been lodged before the assizes, and the ruling has been reserved following arguments by counsels on the 6th of February 2026. The case of the second police officer is still under inquiry. In 2023, one case was registered involving one police officer, and the case is under inquiry. In 2024, 4 cases were registered, each involving one police officer. The case of one of the police officers has been lodged before the Supreme Court in January of this year and came for mention on the 23rd of June of this year. The cases of the remaining 3 officers are still under inquiry. In 2026, 5 cases were registered involving 7 police officers, and these cases are also under inquiry. I should add, Madam Speaker, that government will be reviewing the policy regarding payment of full salary to public officers under interdiction.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, one question.
Thank you, Madam. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House what was done and what will be done to deter police officers from being engaged in such illegal, illicit or immoral activities?
No, actually, as it stands, I've mentioned how they were sentenced to long periods, 35 years in one case, I think I said, and plus the fines. But if after we have the National Crime Agency, if we feel there's a need to strengthen this, it will be strengthened. But the bad apples will be sorted out.
Yes, all right. Next question, Mr. Etwaria. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not that I didn't see you. All right. I'll just receive a note.
No
that's fine.
problem. Madam Speaker, I spoke about that the last time. I'll ask the Prime Minister with regards to what he has just stated, reviewing the payment to interdicted police officer. I will ask the Prime Minister to consider setting up a specialized tribunal for cases of offences on the job. Like in any other profession where you are employed and you contradict your terms of employment, you are taken to task regardless of the penal prosecution that may come. Whether he will consider, like other countries have done, setting up a specialized
Well, we
tribunal,
got the question.
taking them to task, because I would like to remind the Prime Minister that according to the Director of Audit, 400 million rupees is spent on payment of interdicted officers, many of whom for drug offences on the job.
Okay. Yes, Prime
That's
Minister.
why I said we're reviewing this policy, that they should not be allowed to take the full pay while they're waiting for years for the case to come to court. This I will have to talk to the members of the judiciary to see whether they're prepared to have the tribunal. Already they complain that there's a long list and they want, it's difficult. This is why when you answer the question, you saw, for example, a case is investigated, sent to court, it takes a long time.
Yes. Honourable third member for Grand B. Poudre.
Merci Madame la Présidente. B1046, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that Mauritius has concluded 12 bilateral and plurilateral maritime defense and security arrangements and memoranda of understanding with friendly countries and regional organizations. Collectively, these agreements provide the legal framework for cooperation in areas such as maritime security and maritime domain awareness with a view to enhancing the protection of our exclusive economic zone. Following the arrangements currently in force, the following agreements are currently in force. 1, Memorandum of Understanding among governments of member states of the Indian Ocean Rim Association on the coordination and cooperation of search and rescue in the Indian Ocean region. 2, Regional Agreement on the coordination of operations at sea in the Western Indian Ocean. 3, Agreement for the setting up of a regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism in the Western Indian Ocean region. 4, an agreement between the Government of the Republic of France and the Government of the Republic of Mauritius in the matter of search and rescue at sea. 5, technical agreement between the Mauritius Police Force and the French Armed Forces in the Southern Indian Ocean. 6, the Djibouti Code of Conduct. 7, agreement between the Government of the Republic of Mauritius and the Government of the French Republic on the defense cooperation. 8, agreement between the Government of the Republic of South Africa and the Government of the Republic of Mauritius for the coordination of search and rescue services. 9, technical agreement on sharing white shipping information between the Indian Navy and the Mauritius Police Force. 10, l'aide d'intention relative à l'établissement d'un jumelage entre 2 unités des forces de police mauriciennes et des forces armées françaises. 9, Memorandum of Understanding between the Government of Mauritius and the Government of India on the improvements of sea and air transportation facilities at Agalega, which is part of the Republic of Mauritius. And 9, State Partnership Program between Mauritius Police Force and the New Mexico National Guard of the United States of America. Madam Speaker, the broad objectives of the agreement are 1, to facilitate the timely exchange of maritime information and intelligence. 2, to enhance cooperation in combating piracy, armed robbery at sea, illicit trafficking, terrorism, and other forms of transnational organization crime. C, promote coordinated maritime operations, search and rescue activities, and humanitarian assistance where appropriate. D, strengthen interoperability through joint training exercises, technical assistance and capacity building. And E, strengthen preparedness and response capabilities for natural disasters and major emergencies. Furthermore, there is one agreement currently under consideration with the United States of America for the strengthening of maritime operations to combat transnational organized crimes. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that none of the defense and security arrangements currently in force or under consideration provides for or otherwise relates to the exploitation of oil, gas, or other natural resources within the exclusive zone.
Yes, go ahead.
I thank the Prime Minister for his answer. Can the Prime Minister give some elements of information regarding the choice of a French company, Rodrigues, which was announced last Friday, that can eventually lead to the discovery of raw materials in the Indian Ocean?
None of these agreements pertain to the look for these petroleum products or whatever minerals might be in our region. These agreements do not concern this. But although I should add, the joint agreement between us and the Seychelles for the Mascarene Plateau, this we have included in.
Okay, next question. Honourable third member for Vieux-Grand-Port. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQ B1147, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Prisons that on Friday, the 17th of July 2026, the Mauritius Prison Service took cognizance of a video and 2 photographs circulating on the social media allegedly depicting illicit activities within the Beaubassin Central Prison. On the same day, the Prison Intelligence Unit carried out an internal assessment and reported the following. First, a mobile phone without a SIM card was secured from a bin within the central prison. 2, a video and 2 photographs circulating on the social media were found on that device. And 3, 10 persons appearing in the video and photographs were identified as prisoners of the Beaubassin Central Prison. On the 20th of July 2026, the matter was reported to the police and an investigation was initiated by the Central Crime Investigation Department. The mobile phone seized by the Mauritius Prison Service was secured by the police and for investigation purposes. The police IT unit is carrying out forensic examination of the mobile phone. On the 23rd of July 2026, the police has contacted the prison services for the retrieval of CCTV footage. The police inquiry is ongoing. I'm informed that the Commissioner of Prisons has transferred detainees BJ, HR, and PC to Phoenix Prison and PLF to Eastern High Security Prison. The remaining 7 detainees were relocated to different association yards and segregation units of the central prison of Beaubassin.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is the Honourable Prime Minister aware of an alleged common practice in prison compounds called pelleting, which constitutes the throwing by professionals of prohibited and illicit items such as mobile phones, drugs, cigarettes, etc., into the prison compounds?
Yes, in fact, this question was asked before. The tender has gone. Unfortunately, we have to go through a process of tender, and this is what delays a lot of things. I personally didn't think there was a need for tender in that case because it's a simple thing that we put for the pelleting, but that is the procedure.
Yes, second question.
Thank you. Insofar as the existence of prohibited items in prisons are concerned, surely the carrying out of regular thorough searches will bring this to a stop or at least reduce it. Would the Honourable Prime Minister consider the possibility of taking up the matter with the Commissioner of Prisons so that regular thorough searches are carried out within the prison compounds?
Yes, Prime Minister.
He's well aware of this. He's a new Commissioner of Prisons. I mean, relatively new. He says they do this. But in spite of this, we see the result, which is why we need to have a big reform.
Okay, next question has been withdrawn, 1148. So now we go to Honourable second member for Rodrigues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B-stroke 1149.
I didn't realize 48 was removed. Madam Speaker, police officers posted in Rodrigues form an integral part of the Mauritius police force. Accordingly, these officers are fully integrated into the training and professional development framework of the Mauritius police force. They benefit from the same operational support, training, and professional development opportunities as other members of the force. I'm informed, Madam Speaker, by the Commissioner of Police that police officers posted in Rodrigues are already benefiting from Interpol-supported training programs which are conducted in Mauritius. Besides, for the first time, Interpol conducted specific training in Rodrigues from the 6th to the 10th of July of this year. The two Interpol criminal intelligence officers, assisted by officers of Interpol National Central Bureau, conducted a maritime investigation course in Rodrigues under the European Union-funded Safe Seas for Africa and Port Security Project. 20 participants benefited from the training, including 14 police officers from Rodrigues. I'm further informed that another training course on criminal analysis is scheduled to take place from the 31st of August to the 4th of September 2026. It will take place in Rodrigues by Interpol, and 20 police officers have been designated to participate. I also wish to inform the House that previously Rodrigues Island was not connected to Interpol Global Secure Police Communication System and had to rely on the National Central Bureau in Port Louis. Since August 2025, Rodrigues Island has a direct access to the Interpol database on a 24-hour basis and can promptly exchange crucial information. With regard to Unipol, I'm informed that the Mauritius Police Force has never dealt with this organization.
Yes?
Just one supplementary, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister, for this answer. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether this will be a continuous and standard practice for Interpol training to always be conducted in Rodrigues as from now on?
Yes, this is a new approach that we are dealing with, it will continue.
Okay, next question, Honourable Member for Montagne Blanche and
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B 1150.
Madam Speaker, stagflation is generally defined as an economic situation where three conditions occur at the same time, namely stagnant or declining economic growth, high and persistent inflation, and rising unemployment. We are not experiencing stagflation. Our economy continues to grow at a reasonable rate of 3%, despite the highly uncertain and challenging global economic environment. Inflation has increased recently following the outbreak of the war in the Middle East, but it remains well below the 10.8% and 7% levels recorded in 2022 and 2023. As for unemployment, it continues its downward trend, falling from a peak of 9.2% in 2020 to 5.7% in 2025. Unemployment for both men and women is declining. However, because of the geopolitical conflicts around the world, there are real risks that our economic growth could slow down, inflation could rise, and that job creation could be adversely affected. That is why, Madam Speaker, the reforms we are doing are necessary and policy decisions must be taken proactively in the light of evolving international economic developments. With regards to Part A of the question, we have taken various measures to mitigate the negative impact of such external developments. Furthermore, a number of measures have been announced in the 2026-2027 budget speech to give a boost to economic activities. These include building an AI-driven economy through the development of an AI and digital finance special economic zone at Côte d'Or, the adoption of artificial intelligence across schools, businesses, and public services, to supporting startups and SMEs through improved access to finance, business support services, digital transformation, and innovation incentives, modernizing the manufacturing sector by encouraging industrial upgrading, improving productivity, promoting digital technologies, adoption, and supporting higher value-added manufacturing activities. 4, developing the blue economy by expanding fisheries, aquaculture, marine biotechnology, and other ocean-based economic activities. 5, accelerating the renewable energy transition. 6, promoting innovation and research to support higher productivity and economic diversification. 7, expanding financial services and fintech by promoting digital finance, fintech innovation, and new financial technologies. And 8, addressing labor shortages and skills mismatches by attracting foreign talent, expediting work permit processing, and strengthening training and skills development. Madam Speaker, regarding the accommodation and food services sector, it is expected to record positive growth this year, with the number of tourist arrivals forecasted to reach around 1.47 million, despite the challenges arising from the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. To support the sector, government is taking additional measures to expand air connectivity and increase seat capacity, including 3 additional weekly flights by Turkish Airlines and the introduction of 3 weekly Ethiopian airline flights complementing Emirates' existing twice-daily services. I wish also to inform the House that I will be chairing a committee to review our air access policy. Greater emphasis will also be laid on showcasing Mauritius' unique culture, sustainability initiatives, ecotourism experiences, inland attractions, and the authentic Mauritian way of life. Furthermore, digital e-visa system will be put in place to facilitate pre-travel visa applications, reduce waiting times at the arrival terminal, and enhance the overall travel experience. As for the construction industry, it is expected to pick up gradually with the implementation of a number of major infrastructure projects, such as the M4 motorway, the Phase 2 of the Ring Road project, the Island Container Terminal, the Special Economic Zone at Côte d'Or, and the Rivière des Anguilles Dam, as well as major private projects in the renewable energy and other emerging sectors. With regard to Part B of the question, as announced in the budget, an additional amount of 2 billion rupees has been provided under the Price Stabilization Fund to subsidize essential products for the fiscal year of 2026-2027. The subsidy has also been extended to cover additional consumer goods. Over and above the Price Stabilization Fund, government is implementing a range of additional initiatives to mitigate the impact of the rising cost of living, which is largely driven by external factors. These include the introduction of a new legislation to crack down on abusing pricing, as well as clear framework for the parallel imports which are being worked out by the Ministry of Commerce. 2, bulk purchase of essential consumer goods by the STC, which will be sold with capped profit margins. 3, review of the framework for the retail sector, including trade fairs, shopping mall practices, and hawker issue. 4, introduction of new e-commerce legal framework to regulate online commercial activities, strengthen consumer safeguards, and improve enforcement in the digital marketplace. And 5, increasing the threshold for eligibility under the SRM system from 14,000 to 16,400 as from 1st of July 2026 and to 17,500 rupees as from the 1st of July 2027. Through these policy changes, government aims to cushion the impact of global price increases on households and ensure that the cost of living challenge is addressed in a sustainable and responsible manner. We want, with regard to the productive investment, as I mentioned earlier, a number of major infrastructure projects will be implemented in the coming years to strengthen the country's productive capacity. In addition, a new business facilitation bill will be introduced in the National Assembly to streamline procedures and reduce administrative burdens, creating wider productive investment opportunities for local and foreign entrepreneurs, particularly in the renewable energy sector, the blue economy, and the AI technologies. Madam Speaker, government remains committed to achieving higher inclusive and sustainable growth while addressing cost of living pressures. By implementing appropriate support measures, advancing productivity reforms, and promoting investment in key productive sectors, government will continue to strengthen economic resilience, protect household purchasing power, and build a more competitive economy.
Yes, do you have a question? Yes.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for his answer. Can the Honourable Prime Minister state to the House whether government intends to revise its debt reduction strategy in light of the credit rating agencies warning that current fiscal adjustments is insufficient to meaningful lower public debt, and if so, on what timeline?
This is what we tried to do, and we had to back down on certain things because people were complaining, including the opposition. That is what we've done. We have to pay the price of what we do.
Okay. We won't be able to reach another question. In any case, B1151 has been transferred to be replied by Minister of Financial Services, right? Now, yes. Now I have to announce, I have to read what is being sent to me. PQ. I'll look at this in a while. I can't deal with everything. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B1155, 1164, 1160, 1157, 1161, 1166, and 1159. Let me try and see if I can work out this. B1165, addressed to Honourable Prime Minister, could be withdrawn. Okay, so we add B11, I suppose it is 65. Il faut écrire un peu mieux la prochaine fois. Un peu de penmanship ne fait pas de mal. Thank you very much. Now we go to questions to ministers. We have 35 minutes for that. I am calling on Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues, Mr. Edouard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B1167.
Madam Speaker, there is no requirement for any import or export permit for Rodrigues Island, given that it forms part of the Republic of Mauritius. I am informed that the Ministry of Health and Wellness does not issue any permit for the export of food items to Rodrigues because the food stocks are purchased from local suppliers in Mauritius, and these food stocks are already verified and cleared by the Public Health Food Inspectorate Division at the port of entry upon import by the said suppliers from abroad. I am also informed that the transfer of cement to Rodrigues, no health certificate is required as it is not listed under the Dangerous Chemicals Control Act. As regards the movement of agricultural materials and agricultural produce between Mauritius and Rodrigues, I am informed by the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries that such movements are subject to phytosanitary controls.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm forever being solicited. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. May I ask the Honourable Minister, can individuals who are facing problems report to the Ministry, mainly concerning cement? There are individuals, other than construction companies, that are facing problems to ship cement to Rodrigues.
Well, I am informed that there is no requirement for import permit. However, there is an issue with one company which is asking to import at a subsidized rate. I understand that the Rodrigues Subsidy Account Management Committee is working on it. They are considering it and they will let them know.
Okay, now? Right. Let's call Honourable Third Member for Port-Louis North and Montaillon, Mr. Kazan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 1168, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the NLTA that further to my reply to PQB 137 at the sitting of 24th March 2026, appropriate actions have been initiated for the issue of additional public service license for taxi operators at Bois Marchand. Indeed, a survey carried out on 25th of March 2026 confirmed that Bois Marchand, having a population of approximately 2,500 inhabitants, remain largely dependent on public transport, given the relatively low level of private car ownership. One taxi car is licensed to operate from the locality at the moment, and this is manifestly inadequate to meet the requirements having regard to the said population figure. Based on the survey findings, the level of service, existing bus services, and the generally applicable rule of thumb of 1 taxi per 600 inhabitants, the NLTA has determined that there is a need for the provision of 3 additional taxi licenses in the locality. I am further informed by the NLTA that a communique inviting applications from residents of Bois Marchand, which is a requirement, will be issued by mid-August in a few days' time. Madam Speaker, as I informed in my reply to PQB 1101 last Tuesday, the NLTA has an acute shortage of officers in the inspectorate cadre with only 15 inspectors in post against an establishment of 45. And this is not our fault. This, for many years, has been ongoing. Hence, it's taking time to resolve issues. I'm, however, given to understand that the recruitment exercise by the PSC is nearing completion and that the first batch of inspectors is expected to join the NLTA in the coming weeks. Pending the filling of all vacancies, the NLTA has been instructed to consider the possibility of performance of overtime work by the inspectorate cadre, especially after office hours at times when taxis are reportedly sometimes scarce on our roads and when they are needed the most, with a view to expediting surveys and inquiries for the issue of licenses island-wide, which is a common request for a lot of my colleagues. Madam Speaker, to end, up to now, some 7,802 taxis have been licensed by the NLTA. However, it appears that a significant number of them do not provide the required service, despite their benefiting 100% duty-free concession on the purchase of cars, 50% road tax regime, and a one-off grant of 100,000 rupees, which have been the practice for many years already, but then still they don't provide service as they should. The disciplinary committee of the NLTA has assured me that they are adopting a harsher approach and that there will be no leniency in tolerating those who do not provide the adequate level of service, and if requires, their licenses will be revoked. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Kazan.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Honourable Minister, for his answer. May I ask Honourable Minister whether any assessment has been carried out on the number of additional taxi licenses that may be required in view of coming into operations of online platform taxi services such as Uber?
Yes, I would not like to use a particular commercial name like Uber because there is an ongoing court case, but it is generally believed from among the public and taxi operators that such platforms, there are about a dozen of them, do provide accessibility for people wanting to have taxis, many at times at odd hours. If you look for a taxi at 11 o'clock at night, sometimes you don't get it because there's no one on the road. But such platforms can indeed go a long way to make available taxi services more readily to the public. I think the current budget makes provision for us to prepare a framework for this.
Okay. Okay, good. Now, Honourable Second Member for Grand Bay Poudre, Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B1169.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Beach Authority that the region of Melville in Grand Group comprises 3 proclaimed public beaches. One, the first beach of an extent of 2.15 hectares with a sea frontage of 525 meters, was proclaimed as Parliamentary Melville Public Beach through General Notice 560/2010. Second, the second beach was proclaimed as Parliamentary Melville Public Beach through GN 560/2010 and is of an extent of 2,113 hectares with a sea frontage of 330 meters. And 3, the third beach was proclaimed through General Notice 687 of 1963 as Îlot Matapan and part of Parliamentary Melville Public Beach and is of an extent of 4.96 hectares and a sea frontage of 1,050 meters. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that for the financial year 2026-2027, the funds to the tune of 1 million have been earmarked at the level of Beach Authority for the refurbishment of the existing toilet block and 1 mini kiosk, including benches on the first beach. The upgrading works on the toilet block include replacement of the metal roof, upgrading of the lighting and plumbing system, painting of the building. All of the amenities are in good conditions. The second beach has been kept in a natural state due to the calmness of the area and the presence of wild vegetation on the beach. With regard to the third beach, upgrading works were effected in October 2025, and all existing facilities are currently in good condition. Madam Speaker, the House may further wish to note that the Beach Authority will consider providing additional amenities and recreational facilities for the visitors on the 3 public beaches, subject to viability of funds in the coming financial years and compliance to all requirements for development along coastline. Any suggestion from the honourable member will be most welcome.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether, in view of the forthcoming Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations, during which beaches at Melville, Grand Gobe, Anse-Larrey, Poudre d'Or Village, among others, are visited by a large number of devotees and members of the public, can his ministry ensure that cleaning, maintenance, and any necessary minor repair works are carried out prior to the festival, so as to provide a safe and pleasant environment for all devotees?
Speaker, we are working on the forthcoming Ganesh Chaturthi festival, not only in Melville but around all the coast where the devotees will be going.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Honourable First Member for Vaucluse-Floréal.
B1170.
Madam Speaker, after holding several consultations with relevant stakeholders, including tripartite consultation at the level of the Advisory Council for Occupation, Safety and Health, and with the technical assistance of the International Office for Migration, my ministry made the Occupational Safety and Health Centralized Lodging Accommodation Regulations 2026, which came into operation on 30th of June 2026. The regulations allow an owner of a building who holds a centralized lodging accommodation permit to accommodate foreign workers of different employers centrally in their lodging accommodation. Instead of an employee having to rent a house to convert it into a lodging accommodation to accommodate foreign workers, the employer now will only need to rent 1 or more rooms in a licensed centralized lodging accommodation. The regulations also enhance the standard of lodging accommodation provided to migrant workers and require owners and employers to provide foreign workers with such amenities as are necessary to ensure a decent living condition. These amenities include, among others, internet and Wi-Fi facilities, common recreational area equipped with adequate seating facilities and a television set, water storage tank, common areas, water closet, a suitable treatment room, a kitchen equipped with adequate cooking facilities, suitable clothes storage facilities, a suitable living and dining area, and suitable washing and drying facilities. The regulations also prescribe the size of the rooms, the floor area, which varies depending on the number of persons who will stay in those rooms. A maximum of 8 persons can stay in a room. The regulations, however, do not provide any minimum or maximum number of persons that can be accommodated overall in a centralized lodging accommodation. And this was a deliberate policy to give greater flexibility to building owners, bearing in mind the demand for such centralized lodging accommodation. Madam Speaker, as regards the location and concentration of centralized lodging accommodation in any given locality or residential area, there is currently no restriction in the regulation, and currently there is no policy at the level of the ministry in that respect. However, a building and land use permit is required for all centralized lodging accommodation, and it will be up to for each local authority to have its own policy when authorizing a centralized lodging accommodation to be built in an area falling under its jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, as at date, my ministry has received no application to operate a centralized lodging accommodation.
Okay, yes.
J'aimerais savoir si le ministère évalue dans un premier temps et ensuite tient compte du nombre de facilités d'hébergement qui opèrent déjà dans une localité avant qu'un Centralized Lodging Accommodation Facility Permit ne soit délivré.
Yes.
As I mentioned, Madam Speaker, there is currently no such policy. It will be up to the local authorities, because we will request at the level of our ministry a valid building and land use permit. So it will be for each local authority to have regards to the number of existing dormitories, to have regards to complaints received by neighbors before they grant a building and land use permit.
Okay, second question.
D'un point de vue procédural, Madame la Présidente, si un bâtiment est déjà construit, il n'aura pas besoin d'un PMI de construction, il n'aura pas besoin d'un BLUP. Donc, dans ce cas, il n'y aura pas de consultation ni d'évaluation des hébergements déjà existants. Donc, dans ce cas-là, qu'est-ce que son ministère prévoit?
Qu'est-ce que
son ministère prévoit pour évaluer les hébergements déjà existants, pour qu'il n'y ait pas trop de concentration dans un même endroit? Ou alors, est-ce que son ministère envisage de collaborer avec les autres ministères, dont le ministère des collectivités locales, pour faire cette évaluation?
Minister.
Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the Honourable member is mistaken. Existing building, which will be converted into a dormitory or a centralized dormitory, will require a building and land use permit, and this has been the policy of local government. We have opinion to the effect that even if you have a private house, resident property, you need to convert and you want to convert it into a dormitory, you need a building and land use permit. So it will always, even for existing building, if they want to use it as centralized accommodation, they would require a building and land use permit.
You can still keep in touch with the Minister of Local Government.
As I said, Madam Speaker, at the moment, the policy is on each local authority.
Yes.
Maybe going forward, there can be a policy at the level of my ministry, but for the time being, there is no such policy.
Good. Next question. Honourable First Member for
Thank you, Madam
Northern
Speaker.
North,
B 1171.
Madam Speaker, the current grant-in-aid GIA scheme for private pre-primary schools was approved in 2023 and became operational on 1st January 2024. At present, 417 private pre-primary schools benefit from the scheme at an annual amount of approximately 825 million. In addition, 106 private pre-primary schools which did not opt to join the GIA scheme currently receive a monthly per capita grant of 400 rupees per child, representing an amount of 26 million annually. These schools are authorized to charge tuition fees from parents. Following the announcement made in the budget speech 2025-2026 regarding a review of the scheme, government established an interministerial committee to undertake a comprehensive assessment of the existing arrangements and to make appropriate recommendations aimed at ensuring the scheme's long-term financial sustainability while preserving access to quality early childhood education. Madam Speaker, in carrying out its mandate, the Interministerial Committee examined the existing scheme and considered representations received from private pre-primary school operators, the Confédération des travailleurs des secteurs publics et privés, CTSP, and other relevant stakeholders. Following its deliberations, government approved the committee's recommendations, namely, 1, the continued payment of salaries of employees of schools operating under the GIA scheme. B, the introduction of a revised staffing model whereby schools with an enrollment of up to 20 pupils will operate under a teacher-manager model, replacing the existing manager post. The incumbent will receive the salary applicable to a teacher together with a monthly managerial allowance of 5,000 rupees. C, the phased upgrading of qualifications of existing managers. D, the gradual phasing out of the grades of assistant teacher and assistant manager. E, the phased adoption of a teacher-pupil ratio of 1 to 20 in lieu of the current ratio of 1 to 15. F, reimbursement of a monthly rental expenses up to maximum of 5,000 rupees for the 33 schools with an enrollment of up to 20 pupils. G, the discontinuation of rental reimbursement for the 117 schools with an enrollment exceeding 20 pupils. H, a 50% reduction in the reimbursement of operational expenses. And I, the strengthening of governance, accountability, and monitoring mechanisms to ensure the transparent and efficient utilization of public funds. In addition, the monthly per capita grant of 400 rupees currently payable to the 106 fee-charging private pre-primary schools outside the GIA scheme will be discontinued. These measures were formulated after careful consideration of a long-term financial sustainability of the scheme, prevailing economic conditions, and the need to safeguard public resources, and the objective of preserving employment within the private pre-primary education sector. Madam Speaker, the reimbursement of operational expenses has been reviewed following inspections conducted by officers of the Early Childhood Care and Education Authority, which reveal instances where certain items claimed under operational expenditure, including furniture and equipment, which were either not utilized for educational purposes or were not being used in accordance with the objectives of the scheme. Similarly, rental reimbursement has been capped at 5,000 rupees per month for the 33 schools with an enrollment of up to 20 pupils. I wish to inform the House the disparity in the rental. There are some schools which have only 13 pupils, which have a monthly rental of 35,000 rupees, 38,000 rupees, 16,000 rupees, whereas other schools which manage with 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, etc. Government considers that the grant represents only a limited contribution towards the fees paid by parents. Its discontinuation will enable available public resources to be redirected towards strengthening the support to the GIE scheme. Madam Speaker, as regards Part B of the Honourable Member's question, I wish to inform the House that the Interministerial Committee did assess the likely impact of the revised scheme, including its implications for low-income households. The assessment concluded that parents will continue to have access to free pre-primary education by enrolling their children either in the public pre-primary schools or in private pre-primary schools operating under the revised GIE scheme. It is pertinent to note that public pre-primary schools currently operate with approximately 50% unused capacity, thereby providing sufficient places to accommodate any increasement in enrollment. Allow me to inform the House that there are currently 4,467 vacant seats in our public pre-primary schools, which can cater up to 7,735 pupils. And we have 790 vacant seats in our pre-primary schools operated by local authorities, which can cater up to 1,460 pupils. Let me reassure the Honourable Member that our children coming from low-income households remain our main concern. For example, 357 children are registered under SRM scheme and benefit from the facilities they are entitled to. Besides this, currently all our children attending pre-primary schools in the 26 Z schools in the 4 zones are eligible for free meals. I wish to inform the House that in the same line of thought, my ministry is currently examining the feasibility of introducing, on a pilot basis, a program for the provision of free breakfast and free lunch to children attending public pre-primary schools situated in socially and economically disadvantaged areas. In parallel, my ministry will engage with the local authorities responsible for 39 public pre-primary schools under their jurisdiction with a view of encouraging them to consider the implementation of similar initiatives. The revised grant in aid scheme therefore seeks to ensure the prudent, transparent, and sustainable use of public funds while safeguarding equitable access to education in the pre-primary sector. It will also enable the Early Childhood Care and Education Authority to focus more effectively on its statutory responsibilities of regulating, monitoring, and enforcing compliance within the early childhood education sector.
Yes, Honourable Member, yes.
I thank the Honourable Minister for his answer. Can the Honourable Minister confirm the total number of children currently enrolled across those 106 fee-charging private schools losing the 400 per student subsidy, and what proportion of their families are estimated to fall within lower income threshold?
Now, as I have already mentioned, especially low-income group children, they are already looked after by the SRM scheme, okay? And the next batch of children who go to ZEP primary schools, there when we have the PPU, the pre-primary unit, the children going in those schools, they are looked after, but they are provided free meal like the primary school students. We care for them.
Yes, second question.
It was straightforward. How many children are concerned?
Do you have figures?
I will have to check the number, but I gave you for SSRM, I gave you the number earlier in my answer.
106 fee-charging private school.
106, I can give you the figure. It is 5,942.
Okay. Okay, next question.
Madame la Présidente, à la pêche avec la question 1172, s'il vous plaît.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 168 of the Fisheries Act, the operator of a fishing vessel is presumed to have engaged in illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing or fishing-related activities where the vessel has failed to record or report its catches in accordance with any applicable conservation and management measure. Second, the vessel has made false reports. Now, in practice, the catch volume is estimated by the captain of the vessel during fishing operations at sea and accordingly recorded the fishing log books, whereas the officially declared catch data is recorded once the catch has been weighed after landing in the port. A difference between the two figures is considered acceptable as long as it is within a 10% variance, in line with the margin of tolerance established under the EU Regulations 2023/2842. Any deviation beyond that range is promptly investigated. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that as per the recorded figures for years 25-26, no significant discrepancies have been observed between the officially declared catch data and the actual catch volume recorded with regard to either tuna fisheries or bank fisheries, which are two major types of fisheries in our exclusive economic zone. Madam Speaker, our ministry is very strict in its approach to IUU, despite its limited manpower, to ensure the monitoring, control, and surveillance of EZ of more than 2 million kilometers. However, in line with best fisheries management practices, a risk assessment exercise is undertaken by the ministry to identify high-risk vessels for inspection. The ministry will continue to intensify monitoring, surveillance, and enforcement actions against any operator found to be in breach of the law, measures which have already been put in place to ensure that catches declared by the fishing vessels accurately reflect the actual quantities caught and landed, including the following. 1, licensed fishing vessels are being monitored in near real time regarding the reported catch volume through the electronic reporting system which was introduced by the ministry in July last year. 2, the fishing log books of fishing vessels are verified at the time of boarding and inspection to ascertain that there is no discrepancy between the daily estimated catch data and the declared catch data. In case of any significant difference, a contravention is established for Mauritian fishing vessels, whereas the flag state or relevant regional fisheries maritime organization are notified for foreign vessels. 3, the movement and activity of licensed fishing vessels in our EZ is monitored by the Fisheries Monitoring Center of the Ministry on a 24/7-hour basis through satellite data. Any suspected IUU fishing is promptly referred to the National Coast Guard for interception at sea or any other appropriate action. And 4, vessels engaged in IUU fishing are prevented from accessing port and port services in Mauritius. My ministry, Madam Speaker, is progressively enhancing our monitoring, control and surveillance framework for bank fishery, including through the development of mechanisms to improve the verification of logbooks declaration against actual landed catch. These measures will ensure greater accuracy of catch data and strengthen fisheries management. To further enhance the monitoring, control and surveillance framework, officers will be trained in monitoring fishing operations. Advanced technologies and AI analysis will be used to improve traceability and data sharing among stakeholders. New regulations will be introduced under Fisheries Act, and regional cooperation for combating IUU fishing in the Western Indian Ocean will be enhanced. Madam Speaker, I don't know whether our good friend is referring to an article regarding the scale of fishing in the Chagos Archipelago being 25 times higher than the official statistics. The House may wish to know or be informed that Mauritius has no, as of now, no operational control in enforcing fisheries laws in the Chagos Archipelago. But of course, we are slated to take over ownership, and I hope it won't be too long.
Yes, do you have a question?
Oui, merci pour la réponse, Monsieur le ministre. Quels sont les moyens dont dispose le ministère de la Pêche pour contrôler les bateaux de pêche qui sont en haute mer, notamment les bateaux étrangers?
Well, we interface and interact with other relevant countries, but as you know, we have a WIZ. Control is being done through the monitoring surveillance system, but otherwise we rely on support from member countries, for example, like members of the IUTC or other relevant organizations.
Happy? No? Second question?
La deuxième question. Le Premier ministre ce matin a énuméré une longue liste d'accords avec bilatéraux et plurilatéraux qui sont actifs pour le compte de l'océan Indien. Est-ce que le ministre peut envisager une coopération avec ces pays, avec les pays partenaires, pour un contrôle plus précis de la pêche?
If my honourable friend had paid heed to what I've said, as member of IOC and Indian Ocean Commission and Tuna Commission, we collaborate and cooperate. And if you recall, during the visit of the French president, we've strengthened bilateral cooperation and rely upon those who have the means to dispense the information so that there is proper coordination to ensure good surveillance and monitoring.
Thank you. We will end here for this morning. So I will suspend for 1.5 hours. Thank you, everyone.
Please be seated. Honourable second member for Rodrigues.
Thank you. B 1173.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am informed by the Commissioner of Police that the number of vessels transiting in our waters has increased by approximately 62% between 2020 and 2025. In fact, from January to June of this year, maritime traffic has further increased by 5.7%, with a peak of 3,210 vessels transits recorded in May. This increase in marine traffic in our water may be attributed to the recent disruptions to international shipping routes due to the war in the Middle East and the greater use of the Cape of Good Hope route. This situation represents a heightened risk of maritime accidents which may result in oil spills in our region. Mr. Deputy Speaker, following the MV Wakashu oil spill disaster in August 2020, the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan of 2003 was reviewed in 2005 and approved by government in March this year. In the same vein, instructions have been given for the review of the Rodrigues Oil Spill Contingency Plan, and consultation has already started at the level of my ministry in 2024 with the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. The National Oil Spill Contingency Plan 2025 is the national framework for preparedness for and response to oil spills incidents throughout the exclusive economic zone of our Republic, including Rodrigues. The plan makes provision for the setting up of an organizational structure and necessary operational procedures to ensure a prompt and coordinated response by all relevant stakeholders. It adopts a new tiered response whereby the environmental sensitivity of an affected area and the severity of impact in case of an oil spill are taken into consideration. The plan also makes provision for pre-spill baseline data and post-spill survey to support claims for compensation against damages to the marine ecosystem. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition to the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan 2025, I'm informed that there is a specific Rodrigues Oil Spill Contingency Plan dating back to 2009, which must be updated and made fully operational. I'm further informed that an oil spill contingency planning and response for Rodrigues, including the custody, maintenance, and deployment of the oil spill response equipment available on the island, currently fall under the responsibility of the Commission for Environment in accordance with the Section 124 of the Environment Act 2024. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the aftermath of the MV Wakashu oil spill disaster in 2020, my ministry has taken several measures to reinforce oil spill preparedness and response in Mauritius and Rodrigues. First, with the assistance of the Agence Française de Développement in 2021, my ministry prepared the following in respect of both Mauritius and Rodrigues. 1, an inventory and assessment of oil spill response equipment. 2, an oil spill waste management plan. 3, an oil spill volunteer management plan. And 4, an environmental and socio-economic impact assessment framework. Second, an international maritime organization level. 1 training course was held in Rodrigues from 15 to 19 January 2024. 41 officers from various departments of Rodrigues Regional Assembly attended the course and obtained Level 1 certification. The program sensitized local stakeholders on the 10 of the then existing National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, provided tactical first responder training, included desktop and equipment deployment exercises, and strengthened the capacity of officers of the National Coast Guard, Mauritius Port Authority, and Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services in equipment maintenance. Third, in July 2025, my ministry, in collaboration with the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, finalized a coastal sensitivity atlas and technical and operational maps for Rodrigues. These tools identify shoreline types, environmentally sensitive areas, and the potential effects of an oil spill, and guide the protection and cleanup strategies to be adopted during an incident. Capacity building was also provided to the concerned stakeholders on their use. Fourth, 7 officers from Rodrigues had attended an International Maritime Organization Level 1 training course organized under the Japan International Cooperation Agency Technical Assistance Program in Mauritius from 23rd to 26 April 2026. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to further strengthen Rodrigues' preparedness, officers of my ministry, with the support of the National Coast Guard and the Special Mobile Force, will undertake a technical visit to Rodrigues from 29 July to 8 August 2026, under the lead of the Director of Environment. The mission will, 1, review the Rodrigues oil spill contingency plan to align it with the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan 2025, 2, develop a standard operating procedure in the event of an oil spill, 3, audit of available oil spill combat equipment and identify further equipment requirements for the rigs, and 4, provide International Maritime Organization Level 0 training to around 100 members of the civil society and non-technical government staff, including non-governmental organizations, fishers, village councillors, women's associations, youth, private sector and media representatives. The training will include theoretical sessions, field exercises and a tabletop simulation exercise in respect of an oil spill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, furthermore, I am informed that the Mauritius Port Authority launched a bidding exercise on the 11th of May 2026 for the acquisition of dedicated oil spill response equipment for Mauritius. However, the bidding exercise was unsuccessful. In the meantime, the Mauritius Port Authority is considering relocating part of its existing oil spill response assets from Port Louis to Mauritius to provide a minimum immediate response capability thereat. This measure will complement the equipment already available under the custody of the Chief Commissioner's Office.
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. May I ask the Honourable Minister, with regards to existing equipment thereat, do you have a list that you can circulate or table?
We are getting the list and we'll circulate it to the House and all members.
Okay. The Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousse-Triolet.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B1174.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Member for this question. Let me remind the House that last year, in the annex to the budget, speech 2025-26, it was announced that the Financial Services Commission would review its annual license fees to reflect evolving market conditions. It is also important to recall that the FSC had not reviewed its processing fees since the year 2008, that is 19 years ago, whilst the licensing fees were last adjusted in 2019, that is 7 years ago. So during that period, FSC has absorbed the rising operational costs, inflationary pressures, and significantly expanded international compliance obligations with heightened supervisory demands. As regards part A of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that the FSC has consulted with the Ministry of Finance, with Mauritius Finance, with industry stakeholders, and with my ministry. And the FSC was advised by my ministry that international benchmarking should be done to ensure that the MIFC remains internationally competitive in terms of cost of doing business. I am informed that a benchmarking exercise was indeed undertaken by the FSC against competing jurisdictions such as Singapore, Rwanda, India, Gibraltar, Luxembourg, UK, Cayman Islands, Cyprus, South Africa, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Hong Kong, Isle of Man, Bahamas, Bermuda, and Guernsey. The benchmarking exercise has shown that in most cases, Mauritius remains by and large a competitive jurisdiction. And I'm tabling a sample from the benchmarking exercise that has been carried out by the FSC. I am informed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that overall in the new fee structure, the processing and/or annual fees of 33 licenses have been reduced, and the processing and annual fees for 83 and 87 licenses respectively have remained unchanged to promote growth of these sectors. On the other hand, 25 out of 145 types of licenses saw an increase in the processing fee and/or the annual fee. And out of these 25 licenses, 24 have increased within the range of 10 to 40%, while there is one license for which the processing and licensing fee has increased by 300%, namely for authorized companies. For this category of license, the annual fee has increased from USD 350 to USD 1,400, and the processing fee has increased from USD 150 to USD $600. With regard to Part B of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, following the budget speech, Mauritius Finance, which is the industry association, asked for a meeting with me, and indeed I met 6 representatives of the organization on the 2nd of July 2026. They had a number of concerns with regards to certain measures that were announced in the budget, and also some concerns regarding the increase of the fees by the FSC. I explained to them that while we were very sensitive at the ministry with regarding the cost of doing business, which is one of the main pillars of our strategy report, that government and Ministry of Finance had their own imperative, and that we will do our best to see how certain measures can be mitigated. However, it has been noted that there were public commentary and outcry to the effect that there has been an unreasonable increase in the cost of doing business, especially highlighting the isolated case of the increase in fees of authorized companies. And while these differing views from stakeholders forms part of a healthy consultation process, the public narrative, wherein some of our own operators are criticizing the sector and the jurisdiction in the press and the social media, it can cause harm to our global reputation. It risks creating a misperception that the jurisdiction's only attractive feature rests on low cost or competitive costs rather than on high quality of service and regulatory compliance. Public narratives portraying Mauritius as losing competitiveness purely on the account of the license fee of one product out of 145 products may inadvertently undermine the image of the IFC ecosystem. I am also informed by the Commission that the Commission has emphasized that the targeted adjustment reflects the complex cross-border nature and higher inherent risk profile of these entities called authorized companies, as they operate with significant international exposure requiring more intensive risk-based supervision. Aligning processing and annual fees with the supervisory effort required supports the effective implementation of international standards set by international standard bodies such as the recommendations of FATF. And however, if we wish to compare fees being charged by the different jurisdictions, the total cost of doing business is a more realistic parameter instead of just the regulator's license fee. And I further wish to point out, as mentioned, ACs are strategic structuring vehicles that support wealth, private wealth, investment holding, and cross-border group structures. To this effect, an increase in the USD of about $1,050 should not have a considerable impact, particularly given the fact that the cost of relocation to the above-mentioned jurisdiction is likely to outweigh the additional fee charge, and therefore an exodus of ACs moving to any jurisdiction is an unlikely scenario. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my ministry has been informed that FSC will continue in engaging closely with relevant industry stakeholders to ensure that the jurisdiction remains both competitive and reputable while preserving the strategic interests of the sector and the country. And let me reassure the House that the government remains committed to maintaining Mauritius as a competitive and reputable IFC while ensuring that the regulatory framework remains aligned with evolving market conditions and international standards. Thank you.
You have one supplementary.
Thank you, Monsieur le Ministre.
Try to be brief with the reply to the supplementary, please.
Est-ce que l'honorable ministre pourrait informer la Chambre si son ministère a considéré la possibilité que notre juridiction perde les authorized companies en faveur des Seychelles et quel serait l'impact sur les acteurs économiques dans ce secteur?
Indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there have been reports that there is a risk of exodus of our authorized companies to Seychelles. In fact, there is some misconception about the international business companies, the IBCs, which are being compared to the authorized company. The IBC in Seychelles is not regulated by the Financial Services Authority. It is only registered with the FSA. That is, the company has a legal existence, but it is not undergoing any oversight, compliance, or obligations and licensing fees. If an IBC goes into a regulated activity, then they require another license. From what my assessment and what the ministry's and FSC's assessment is that this one isolated case of companies moving to Seychelles is quite exaggerated, and but we will continue monitoring the situation. But as of now, there is not major concern.
The Honourable Third Member for Rodrigues.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, B1175, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that officers of my ministry, namely those from the Infection Prevention and Control Unit, the Public Health Inspectorate, the Vector Biology and Control Division, and the Rodent Control Unit, carry out regular inspections in all the public health institutions, including Ward C12 of Victoria Hospital, to monitor environmental and hygienic conditions. I wish to highlight that Ward C12 is located in an old standalone building within the Princess Margaret Orthopedic Center at Victoria Hospital, which was inaugurated back in 1956. The ward is surrounded by open grassy areas and is regularly cleaned and maintained. With regard to party of the question, targeted inspections of Ward C12 was carried out on 19th March 2025, 18th April 2025 by officers of the Public Health Inspectorate together with officers of the Vector Biology and Control Division in response to a bed bug infestation. The inspections revealed no evidence of rat infestation or the presence of pigeons within the wards. Following the admission of a notified case of leptospirosis, Ward C12 was inspected again on 30th April 2026. No evidence of rat or bed bug infestation was detected and no birds were observed within the ward. A further joint inspection was carried out on 23rd July 2026 by officers of the Public Health Services and the Rodent Control Unit in the presence of ward manager. It was observed that the adjoining yard had been properly cleaned and maintained and that a refuse receptacle fitted with a closed fitting cover was available near the scullery. No bird resting places, rat burrows, rat droppings or any other sign of rodent infestation were found in Ward C12 or the adjoining wards. As part of the routine rodent control program at Victoria Hospital, regular baiting and surveillance are undertaken at strategic locations including the vicinity of Ward C12. During one routine operation, one dead rat was recovered in the yard adjoining the ward. However, no evidence of rodent infestation within the ward was identified. According to the ward manager, pigeons may occasionally enter the ward through open windows. As stated above, there is no nesting area in Ward 12. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, my ministry continues to implement the necessary measures to maintain appropriate hygienic conditions and ensure a safe environment for patients, staff, and visitors. These measures include regular inspections, routine environmental cleaning, proper waste management, continuous rodent surveillance, and control through the strategic placement of rat bait and glue traps, and regular monitoring of the ward and its surroundings. In addition, it is proposed to further strengthen bird and rodent prevention measures through the installation of bird netting at windows and other openings, the fitting of self-closing devices on the external access doors of Ward C12 to minimize the risk of rodent entry, and the installation of bird deterrent devices, including reflective deterrents or bird breezers on the roof of Ward C12 and nearby buildings. My ministry will continue to monitor the situation closely and implement such additional measures as may be necessary to maintain appropriate standards of hygiene and ensure a safe environment for patients, staff, and visitors at Victoria Hospital.
Okay, thank you. The Honourable Second Member for Savannah Black River.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B1176, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Ministry attaches great importance to the production and consumption of local fruits and vegetables in line with its policy of produce what we eat and eat what we produce. Now, with regards to Part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that my ministry is already implementing a program for the production and distribution of seedlings to targeted beneficiaries, namely vulnerable families, school children, and community groups. These programs are aimed at sensitizing the public and promoting the cultivation and consumption of locally produced food. The Ministry has, in fact, started the provision, free of charge, of fruit plants and vegetable seedlings to educational institutions for youth in agricultural projects, as well as to other ministries and government institutions for the initiative such as Environment Day, blood donation activities, health awareness campaign, amongst others. In this respect, a total of 2,201 fruit plants were distributed for period July 2025 to June 2026. I'm further informed that during the financial year 2025-2026, 43,000 fruit trees comprising mango, lychee, banana, pawpaw, citrus, and avocado were sold to the public for backyard cultivation and to planters. These planting materials are provided to the farming community and the public at highly subsidized prices. Furthermore, in the budget 2026-2027, an initial budget of 2 million rupees has been provided for development of household micro gardens on a pilot basis to be implemented by Food Agricultural Research Extension Institute. Under this initiative, at least 1,000 families will be provided with the necessary tools and equipment to establish household gardens, thereby promoting local production and strengthening food resilience. As regards local authorities, I wish to inform the House that for the financial year 2026-2027, provision has been made for the production and free distribution of 10,000 potted plants to members of the community. So my ministry plans to at least double the number for financial year 2027-2028 with a view to enhancing food security. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Part B of the question, the House may wish to note that there is already in place a targeted production quota system for potatoes and onions with a view to improving food security and maintaining affordable prices for customers. The Ministry is currently working on extending the targeted production quota system to other vegetable crops such as carrot, beans, and pumpkins. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in line with 25/35, food security initiative Announced in the budget this year, the Ministry has started working on a production planning mechanism based on coordinated crop calendars, market intelligence, digital tools, and the active participation of farmers to better align domestic production with domestic demand and reduce our vulnerability to climate-related events and disruption in global freight and supply chain. The production planning mechanism will constitute a key component of the food security program currently being developed by the Ministry, with particular emphasis on coordinated production planning, market intelligence, and contract farming. It marks a strategic shift towards a more integrated, market-oriented, and climate-resilient agricultural sector, which aims to boost domestic production, reduce reliance on imports, and drive the modernization of the agricultural sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Ministry is closely monitoring production, market requirements, and import trends for vegetables and fruits. This aims at ensuring adequate supply, avoiding shortages and excessive market surpluses, and supporting the availability of local produce at reasonable prices. Thank you, sir.
The Honourable Third Member for Grand Pépoutour.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de la session d'aujourd'hui. Ça va chauffer avec la question B111-77.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed that the CB has launched 2 schemes for the development of agri-voltaic projects in July 2024 and December 2025. Under the CB agrivoltaic scheme 1, launched in July 2024, 136 applications have been received for a cumulative electricity capacity of 49.8 megawatt. None of these applications were implemented in 2024. Under the second CB agrivoltaic scheme, launched in December 2025, 52 applications have been received, representing a cumulative capacity of 140.9 megawatt, which is 3 times more since the coming in office of this government. With regards to Part A, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of the question, I wish to inform the House that while there is no application for land conversion permits in respect to agro-solar projects currently at the Ministry, a fast-track mechanism has been put in place by the Ministry to process land conversion permits for agrivoltaic projects within 15 days. This has been achieved through close consultations with the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities and other stakeholders, underscoring our commitment to efficiency and responsiveness. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am informed that under the CB Agrivoltaic Scheme 1, 60 letters of intent have been issued throughout the year 2025, out of which 25 connections agreements were signed in 2025 and 2026, representing a cumulative capacity of only 10 megawatt. The remaining 35 applications are still in the process at the CEB. Under the CEB Agrivoltaic Scheme 2, 35 letters of intent have been issued, mostly in February 2026, representing a capacity of 1.5 megawatt. To date, 26 connection agreements have been signed, all in March 2026, with 9 applications progressing steadily. I wish to emphasize that these applications are yet to be referred, the 9, to my Ministry for Land Conversion Permit. With regard to Part B, Mr. Deputy Speaker, applications for agro-solar projects are only considered on land classified as having low to moderate agricultural potential, in line with the land suitability map prepared by MCI. To safeguard agricultural production, applicants are required to plough back into agricultural use an extent equivalent to 50% of the area requested for conversion as provided under the Sugar Industry Efficiency Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, government has also ensured that investors benefit from targeted incentives. All solar energy projects are exempted from land conversion tax. In addition, the CEB offers premium feed-in tariff, 5 rupees per kilowatt hour under agri-voltaic scheme, and ₹6.21 per kilowatt hour under Agrivoltaic Scheme 2, which integrates battery energy storage system. These tariffs are significantly higher than that of ₹4.20 per kilowatt hour offered under other solar schemes, thereby encouraging investment in advanced energy solutions and battery storage. The measures taken by the Ministry and the Government reflect a balanced approach, promoting renewable energy, safeguarding agricultural land, and ensuring food security. The strong response to the agrivoltaic scheme demonstrates confidence in our vision of a sustainable, resilient, and fast-looking agro-industry sector.
The Honourable First Member for Portage-Maritime, vote received.
B1178.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I shall reply to both parliamentary questions B1178 and B1187 together as they relate the same subject matter, and I am tabling all relevant documents, clearances, notices, and conditions applied by all competent authorities. With regard to Part A of the questions, I am informed that the Municipal Council of Caterbone received 3 Building and Land Use Permit, that is BLUP, applications on 10th October 2025 and 5th December 2025 from AMS Properties Limited for the setting up of an amusement park at Rebecca Central, Triano, Caterbone on the National Electronic Licensing System, that is NELS. These applications were automatically set aside due to incomplete information. The promoter subsequently submitted a third application on 10th February 2026 with all the required information. According to the plan submitted by the promoter, the project would comprise 3 amusement rides, a stormwater drainage system, a wastewater disposal system, as well as food trucks, toilets, ticket office, and control rooms, all of which would occupy an area of 1,123 square meters. During the processing of the BLUP application, clearances were favorably obtained from the Central Water Authority, Central Electricity Board, and the Wastewater Management Authority. Taking into consideration safety norms, as well as the potential traffic impact that such a development would have on the existing amenities, the Municipal Council has also sought the views of the Ministry of National Infrastructure, the Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations, the Road Development Authority, and the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that the Mechanical Engineering section of the Ministry of National Infrastructure reported that it did not have the necessary expertise to carry out the assessment of such structures and advised that the consultant of the promoter would have to take full reliability for any mechanical design of the proposed structures. On the other part, the Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations informed that in line with provisions of the Occupational Safety and Health Act 2005 and the relevant regulations, the promoter should ensure that the safety of health of workers involved in the installation of amusement parks rides. It further indicated that its National Occupational Safety and Health Department did not have any norms in place regarding the equipment to be utilized. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, upon submission of amendment plans and additional documents by the applicant, the application was approved by the Permits and Business Monitoring Committee of the Council at its sitting on 18 March 2026, subject to general as well as special conditions being strictly adhered to. As per one of the general conditions of the BLUP, an occupation certificate has to be obtained prior to the start of economic activities. Since the promoter started his activities without obtaining this certificate, the Planning Inspectorate carried out a site visit on 23rd July 2026, whereby it was noted that, first, the setting up of the amusement parks rides were not in line with the approved plans. Second, 2 additional amusement rides had been put up on site and same were not part of the building and land use permit issued. Third, a covered podium had been set up on the site next to the fun park to hold musical performance and 2 generators. And fourth, over and above the four containers that had been approved in the BLUP for use as toilet blocks, ticket booths, and food trucks, 7 additional containers had been put on site for the setting up of 1 security post, 3 CCTV chambers, and additional tickets booths, and 2 additional food trucks. Taking into account the non-compliance with the BLUP issued, the Municipal Council caused an enforcement notice to be served on 23rd July 2026 upon the developer, namely AMS Properties Limited, requiring it to stop all development works forthwith and to pull down all the illegal development works within a delay of 30 days from the time of service of this notice. Due to the serious legal implications, the Municipal Council has sought legal advice regarding non-compliance to the condition of the BLUP. Enforcement notice issued among others. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the Parliamentary Question B1178, I wish to inform the House that the CEB, which was consulted on the matter, confirms that there was no tripping or disturbance on the feeder supplying the Tribeca region, and no fault pertaining to the electricity supply on that area was recently reported to the CEB Sales Call Center. Moreover, during the inspection held on 23rd July 2026, the promoter clarified that the electricity was not supplied by the CEB network, but through generators. The outside operations and equipment of the fair were connected to the main generator, and the food outlet were connected to the secondary generator. He further added that the incident occurred for approximately 3 minutes due to the defective sensor. However, the operators provided prompt assistance to the visitors and the problem was quickly resolved. The inspectors of the Municipal Council did observe 2 generators on site adjacent to a tower ride along with their service area, including their associated equipment as well as fire extinguisher. This area is properly enclosed with a metal fence. An ambulance belonging to St. John's was also observed on site, further to which the director clarified that that same is provided by the company during the activities to ensure immediate assistance and safety of the visitors. I wish to highlight that following the incident at the Tribeca Mall Fun Park on 18 July 2026, the Police Department Western Division Rosil was also consulted and informed that no complaints has been reported. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of Parliamentary Question B1187, the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Service apprised that, pursuant to Section 19 of the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Service Act 2013, all premises to which the public has access are required to hold a valid fire certificate to ensure compliance with the prescribed fire safety regulations. With regard to the amusement park located at Tribeca.
Okay, with regard to Part B of the other question, you can file it because the mover of the question is not in attendance. Let's move. Mr. Honourable Juman, you have.
But we have some more information.
Yeah, but you have been talking for nearly 7 minutes. You can't, your reply has to be within
but
the
it is important because
yes.
It is important.
Everything is important in this house. I don't like the word important. Every question, every answer is important.
Okay.
So there is no question which is more important than the other one.
Okay, Mr. Deputy.
Yes, come on.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. D'abord, je tiens à saluer l'initiative de la compagnie qui a investi dans le projet de parc d'attraction, contribuant ainsi à la diversification des loisirs de notre pays. Mais la sécurité demeure primordiale. Monsieur le ministre, vous avez dit que à partir du 3 juillet, les inspecteurs de la municipalité de Quatre-Bonnes ont su qu'il y a un problème là-bas avec des infrastructures installées. Ils ne sont pas aux normes d'après les PMI qu'ils ont eus. Mais pourquoi avoir attendu une question parlementaire pour demander l'arrêt des opérations?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. in the condition that has been given in that BLUP, in clause 13, I will table all these I will table all the conditions. You will notice that in clause 16, that the promoter has to inform the municipal council before starting the business, where he has failed to do so. This is why we have as soon as we have see the starting the operation of this amusement ride, so we have gone on the site on 23rd.
Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. D'après la réponse de l'honorable ministre, on n'a aucun officier dans aucun de nos ministères, de nos départements qui peut certifier ces équipements-là?
I have already replied in my I already replied. The MNI, even the Ministry of Labour, don't have the expertise to analyze, but they have said the promoter has to give a clearance from a registered engineer from the promoter itself.
Okay. The Honourable First Member for Vacof Royal.
B1179.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the motorway M4 project consists of a dual carriageway of approximately 30 kilometers, extending from Fourbac on the M2 motorway to Bel Air. The route will bypass several villages, including Poutre d'Or, Hamlet, Rivière du Rempart, Plaine des Roches, L'Aventure, Pont-Blanc, Constance, Queen Victoria, and Clémentia. As the House is aware, following the state visit of the Honourable Prime Minister to India in September 2025, the Government of India generously extended a special economic package of 680 million USD to Mauritius. This package includes a line of credit of USD 432 million to be contracted in Indian rupees on concessional terms to finance, among others, the motorway M4 project. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that an umbrella line of credit agreement equivalent to USD 432 million for several projects, including the motorway M4 project, has been signed on 22nd July 2026 with the Exim Bank of India. Given that the projects under the SCP have different implementation phases and timelines, individual credit agreements will subsequently have to be signed for each project or a combination thereof, depending on their readiness for implementation and cost estimate after finalization of the detailed project report. Therefore, the actual annual repayment schedule in respect of the loan for the motorway M4 project, including the capital and interest components until full repayment, will be available only after the individual credit agreement for the project has been signed. Since the estimated cost of the motorway M4 project is currently approximately 10 billion rupees, the repayment schedule cannot be established on the basis of the estimated project costs. Same can only be determined upon the award of the contract, of the works contract, that is when the contract value is known. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard to part B of the question, I'm informed that as per the LOC agreement, payment to the contractor will be effected directly by the Exim Bank. The Exim Bank will pay to the contractor in Indian rupees after receipt of payment authorization from the government of Mauritius. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to further inform the House that the funds to the tune of 10 billion rupees under the special economic package have been earmarked exclusively for the implementation of the motorway M4 project. Therefore, these funds cannot be diverted or used for any other projects. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I see this opportunity to thank the Honourable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, and the Government of India for the invaluable financial assistance towards the implementation of the motorway M4 project.
Without this support, the realization of this transformative project would not have been possible. This generous financial support reflects the strong bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist between our two countries and will contribute significantly to the development of Mauritius.
Yes, Honourable Member.
L'honorable ministre, peut-il confirmer s'il y a eu un appel d'offres à l'international pour le financement du projet en lui-même?
It is a G2G. We all know that when the Prime Minister went to India, I said in my answer that we get a special economic package and at concessional rate, interest rate, and part of that package is in terms of grants. So I don't think there is any other country that would have offered grants to Mauritius or a concessional rate. So this is part of it.
Yes.
Pour la partie dite construction, est-ce qu'il peut confirmer s'il y aura un appel d'offres international et si les contracteurs mauriciens pourront participer?
What I understand is that Exim Bank will be launching the bid in India. The technical evaluation will be done there, and then the financial evaluation will be done by the RDA in Mauritius. So all the bidding process will be done in India. Obviously, Mauritian firms, once we have an agreement, 75% Indian side and 25% Mauritian side, which means that 25% of that sum, which will be spent, they will buy material, they will use contractors, 25% will be Mauritian people, entrepreneurs, small entrepreneurs will benefit from that project.
Just one last question.
Juste pour savoir si le ministre peut donner ce taux concessionnel qu'il vient de mentionner.
The rate of interest on the loan, as I said, we have, I think it's 5.3 per annum, payable semi-annually. And there is a grace period of 5 years. It's 2%, MCLR 2%, sorry, it's 2%.
The Honourable Second Member for Grand-Toulon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B1180.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, government owns 3 properties in London. Firstly, the Chancery and staff apartments situated at Elvaston Place. Secondly, official residence of the High Commissioner at Braham Gardens, and thirdly, 1 residence at Wimbledon Park. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regards to Part A of the question, the total expenditure incurred from 2015 to 2024 for the maintenance of the Mauritius High Commission in London, that is the Chancery Building situated at Elvaston Place, is 9,640,800 rupees. I would also wish to point out that the building also houses residential apartments for home-based staff. As regards Part B of the question, the total rent paid in favor of the former ambassador who was posted to London is 612,820 GBP, British pounds, which is approximately 38 million Mauritian rupees. But I wish also to point out that this figure does not include the rent paid for the period 2015 à 2016, because as per our mission, the record has gone missing. Now, I have to point out that in the current budget, provision have been made for the renovation of the residence of the High Commissioner. The renovation procedure has been initiated in October 2025 with the appointment of an evaluator. My ministry is awaiting for the final report and scope of work for the evaluator before launching a tender exercise for the renovation works, for which there is budgetary provision of 9 million rupees that has been earmarked for this financial year. Thank you.
Yes, you have a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. in view of the public funds spent on the maintenance of the official residence and payment of rent, will the Honourable Minister confirm whether the former High Commissioner actually occupied the residence for the intended period? And if not, what justified the continued expenditure?
From my information, the High Commissioner was accommodated in a rented accommodation from the 26th of August 2015 to September 2016 for an amount of 5,611.67 British pounds monthly. Then afterwards he moved to the government-owned apartment from October 2016 to January 2019. Then in January 2019, apparently from the records, there was major water leaks and boiler issues, and therefore he moved out and he stayed in a rented apartment till the termination of his contract of employment, which is on the 19th of November 2024, and he was paying a monthly rent of 7,367.67 British pounds, which is approximately ₹500,000 monthly. Well, but it is quite surprising, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, that for 5 years they couldn't find a contractor to remedy the problems that they were having.
You have a last question?
Yes, one last. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Will the Honourable Minister inform the House the name of the former High Commissioner of Mauritius in UK, and also following the departure of the former High Commissioner from the official residence, has the landlord submitted any claim, whether for damages, outstanding obligation or compensation against the government of Mauritius, and if so, what is the status of such claim? Thank you.
The name of the former ambassador is Mr. Nunku, and apparently the landlord has retained approximately 534,000 rupees for damages that have been caused to the rupee. Wait, damages.
Thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Port Reforms, Port Island.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B1181, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to refer the Honourable Member to my reply to Parliamentary Question B196 of the sitting of 18 March 2025, wherein I explained that the Road Development Authority is responsible for the construction of road infrastructure, including the installation of street lighting networks as part of the new road projects, and upon completion of a project and its handover by the contractor, the street lighting network is vested in the respective local authorities. Consequently, responsibility for the payment of electricity bills for the street lighting network rests with the respective local authority. However, it is to be highlighted that during the defects liability period, which is generally for a period of 2 years, the contractor remains responsible for the maintenance of the street lighting installation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A, B and C of the question, out of the 10 projects undertaken by the RDA in the last 5 years, all projects have already been handed over to the respective local authorities, except for the following 3 projects. First, construction of a flyover on motorway M1 at La Visie. The start date of the project was 1st January 2024 and was completed on 1st April 2025. The electrified street lighting network found along M1 is already under CB's purview. However, the solar street lightings along slip lanes would be handed over after the completion of the defects liability period in April 2027. Second, upgrading of Rochebois footbridge across motorway M2. The project started on 6 February 2025 and was completed on 10 October 2025. I'm informed that street lighting systems came into operation in December 2025 and the handing over to the local authority will be effected after the defect stability period by 10 October 2026. And third, construction of Sore's interchange along motorway M1. The project started on 6 April 2018 and was completed on 21st July 2022. I'm informed by the RDA that the handing over exercise was delayed in view of the completion of the necessary contractual and technical requirements by the contractor, including responsibility for reinstatement works. These have been completed and the as-built drawings were eventually submitted by the contractor in August 2025 and were thereafter forwarded to the respective local authorities. However, the handing over of the street lighting system was further delayed due to repeated theft of electric cables along A1 M1 Link Road, and more recently during a site visit carried out in June 2026, which revealed additional instances of cable theft. The handing over of the street lighting system to the local authorities is now expected to be done in September 2026.
The Honourable Second Member for Below.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. 1182.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for following up on this matter further to the question she raised exactly 1 year ago through PQB 753 regarding the backlog of cases before the Motor Vehicle Insurance Arbitration Committee, in short MVAC. I wish to remind the House that MVAC has been established as a quasi-judicial administrative body under the Road Traffic Act to determine disputes arising between two insurers or between a policyholder and an insurer regarding their respective liability on the amount of compensation to be paid following a road accident not involving bodily injuries. The MVAC sits in 4 divisions, each presided over by a chairperson or one or of the 3 vice chairpersons. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am pleased to inform the House that all the 1,635 cases which were pending before the MVAC for the period 2019 to end 2024, that is prior to the general elections of 2024, have now been heard and determined by the newly reconstituted committee, which has been in office since April 2025. I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate the chairperson, the 3 vice chairpersons and their respective teams for this remarkable achievement and their dedication in addressing the long-standing backlog. To end, Deputy Speaker, sir, since 19 July 2025 and up to 25 July 2026, that is over the period of 1 year, the MVAC has held 147 sittings, during which 2,126 applications have been considered. Of these, 1,446 applications have been determined, reflecting the committee's sustained efforts to process applications efficiently and make significant progress in reducing the backlog. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. J'ai pris bonne note que le backlog des dossiers antérieurs à 2024 a été entièrement résorbé. Would the Minister inform the House what measures have been introduced by the newly reconstituted committee to ensure that such a backlog does not recur? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Well, I'm told that the committee meets every week, back to back, with the 4 divisions in order to have achieved that good progress, and they are adopting that same pace of work going forward. So hoping that if ceteris paribus, meaning everything else remains the same, the current backlog would be cleared by end of 2027. But demands keep coming in. There's a rolling stock, but they are doing their best.
The Honourable First Member for Conference Maritime.
B1183.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that there are a total of 420 government and grant-aided primary and secondary schools as follows: 219 government primary schools, 53 grant-aided primary schools, 66 state secondary schools, including 6 MGI-RTI schools, and 82 grant-aided secondary schools. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that the number of students enrolled in these schools are 61,093 in government primary schools, 17,098 in grant-aided primary schools, 37,358 in state secondary schools, including MGI-RTI schools, 42,218 grant-aided secondary schools, including PSEA, MEDCO, and REDCO. As regards to the staffing position, I'm informed that there are 4,880 teaching staff, 1,898 non-teaching staff in government primary schools, 1,193 teaching staff, and 538 non-teaching staff in grant-aided primary schools, 5,279 teaching staff, and 2,061 non-teaching staff in state secondary schools, including 6 MGI-RTI schools, 4,821 teaching staff, and 2,256 non-teaching staff in the grant-aided secondary schools. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, the House would appreciate that it will take some more time to compile the information requested by the Honourable Member. This information is currently being compiled by the officials of my ministry, and same will be placed in the Library of the National Assembly as soon as the compilation is completed. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, sir. Can the Minister inform the House the fact that unions and managers heavily criticize the Private Secondary Education Authority, PSEA, for retroactively declaring legitimate operational expenses as disallowed after funds are spent, creating immense financial instability? What will be done in such cases? Yes?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I can't see how this question is related to the number of schools.
So you don't have an answer?
The question is not related to this.
Okay, you don't have an answer. Thank you. Question B1184 have been withdrawn. So we go to Honourable First Member for Waqf Royal.
B1185, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, Mr. Sivanarayan Kunjal has been appointed as Chairperson of the Board of the Road Development Authority in accordance with Section 7.3 of the Road Development Authority Act for a period of 2 years with effect from 23rd December 2024 on a part-time basis. He is eligible to an all-inclusive monthly allowance of 75,000 rupees as approved by government. Madam Speaker, with regard to Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that the Chairperson is provided with transport facilities by the RDA as and when required to enable him to effectively discharge his roles and responsibilities, that is for official purposes, and to attend board meetings.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Est-ce que l'honorable ministre peut nommer un autre part-time chairperson de corps paritatique tombant sous son ministère qui bénéficie d'un véhicule avec chauffeur qui lui est dédié pour ses besoins personnels?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I know the parastatal bodies in my ministry. Anyway, we wrote to the Secretary of Public Service and we got the reply on 18 February, whereby the Secretary of Public Service informed the ministry that RDA may consider providing alternative transport facilities as and when required to the chairperson to enable him to effectively discharge his roles and responsibilities.
The Honourable for... Okay.
Je me réfère à l'affirmation faite par le ministre, comme quoi il est possible de procurer un véhicule pour discharge his responsibilities. L'honorable ministre peut-il informer la Chambre de quelles responsabilités le chairperson de la RDA s'acquitte-t-il lorsqu'il est à sa résidence pendant le week-end ou après les heures de travail, après 22 heures, et s'il peut table le logbook?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I don't have the information that the honourable member has. What I know that the chairperson, anyway, Road Development Authority, we have many site visits, and I know that the chairperson is undertaking his duty, his job as chairperson. He makes many site visits, so obviously I don't think a chairperson will travel in bus to go to visit the roads, the broken roads, or any project that we are inaugurating. He will come in a bus to do that.
I can't answer for him. The Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir,
I
B
can't
1186.
control his answer. Yes, I've already called the next question.
Mr. Deputy
Come back
Speaker.
with a substantive question for the logbook if you want. Yes,
Mr.
Honourable
Deputy
Minister.
Speaker, sir,
Sorry.
gives me an opportunity to highlight a showcase in the making. At the outset, I wish to inform the House that the Ministry fully supports the Organic Transition 2030 initiative being implemented by the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, which aims to progressively transform Rodrigues into an ecological island through organic and sustainable agricultural practices. I wish to inform the House further that the Ministry continues to collaborate with Rodrigues Regional Assembly within our respective mandate to create an enabling national framework for organic agriculture. I am informed by the Commission for Agriculture of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly that in May 2023, a project entitled Supporting Organic Farming for Crop and Livestock and Improving Water Irrigation System in the island of Rodrigues was initiated in collaboration with the Centre de Coopération Internationale en Recherche Agronomique pour le Développement, CIRAD, a French public entity involved in agricultural research. The final report, submitted in January 2025, provides a strategic roadmap for the transition of Rodrigues' agricultural sector towards organic production while addressing sustainable water management. I am further informed that following the report, the Rodrigues Regional Assembly started implementing several measures, including a biofarming scheme, providing biofertilizers and biopesticides, farmer training on sustainable production, conservation of local seeds, integrated pest and disease management, and support to crop producers. In parallel, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so I wish to inform the House that the Ministry is finalizing the Organic Agricultural Bill, which is currently being fine-tuned at the Attorney General's office. The bill, which reflects internationally recognized principles of organic agriculture, will establish a comprehensive legal framework for the production, processing, certification, labeling, and marketing of organic products in the Republic of Mauritius. Through the newly established National Organic Office, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry will collaborate with stakeholders, including Rodrigues Regional Assembly, to develop a certified organic supply chain covering production, certification, processing, packaging, storage, marketing, and value addition. Support will be provided to producers and operators to comply with organic standards, strengthen traceability, protect the integrity of organic products, and improve access to domestic, tourism, and export markets. Through the Food and Agricultural Research Extension Institute, the Ministry is currently implementing research, extension, demonstration, and capacity building program in collaboration with Rodrigues Regional Assembly. Training will be provided to officers and farmers to strengthen organic production practices, promote the efficient use of organic resources, improve soil fertility, and enhance resilience to climate variability. The successful implementation of the Organic Transition 2030 initiative requires coordinated action involving government, the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, farmers, private sector, and development partners. The Ministry remains strongly committed to support Rodrigues in achieving its vision of becoming a model ecological island while enhancing food security, protecting biodiversity, and creating sustainable opportunities for resilient value chain.
Yes, Honourable Edouard.
Yes, I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. May I ask the Minister about certification? Will there be a unified organic certification framework extended directly to Rodrigues to ensure local smallholders can access and afford certified labels?
Well, your valuable suggestion, of course, will be taken on board, but as far as I know, it's being done.
The Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosebel.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. PQB 1188, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, following extensive stakeholders consultation and international guidance, my ministry prepared the Private Recruitment Agencies Regulation 2025, which came into operation on the 6th October 2025. The regulation was developed having regard to International Labour Organization general principle and operational guidelines for fair recruitment and the International Organization for Migration International Recruitment Integrity System, IRIS, with a view to strengthening safeguard for workers, reducing the risk of exploitative recruitment, debt bondage, and forced labor, and ensuring ethical recruitment in line with internationally recognized standards. According to Section 4 of the Private Recruitment Agency Act 2023, no person shall recruit a worker or carry out recruitment activities unless licensed as a private recruitment agency. On 18th of March 2026, my ministry issued guidelines for employers recruiting a non-citizen worker on the website of my ministry, which provide that employers should, as a general rule, recruit non-citizen workers through a duly licensed private recruitment agency, whilst direct recruitment will only be authorized in exceptional circumstances by the Permanent Secretary. The guidelines also provide the relevant procedure to follow, as well as the compliance requirement for direct recruitment in exceptional circumstances. A further communiqué was issued by my ministry on 6th of May 2026, informing employers that the recruitment of non-citizen workers should henceforth be carried out through duly licensed private recruitment agency, unless otherwise authorized by the Permanent Secretary in exceptional circumstances. Accordingly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is now mandatory as a general rule for employers wishing to recruit foreign workers to engage the services of a duly licensed private recruitment agency unless the Permanent Secretary of my ministry authorizes them to recruit directly. The requirement to use licensed recruitment agency is central to our commitment to fair, transparent, and ethical recruitment practices to protect migrant workers from exploitation. Firstly, it ensures that recruitment activities are undertaken only by persons who have been duly licensed by the ministry and who remain subject to statutory obligation, monitoring, and enforcement. Secondly, licensed agencies are required to comply with prescribed legal obligations relating to ethical recruitment, transparency, due diligence, contractual requirements, and proper record keeping. Thirdly, it strengthens government's oversight over the entire recruitment chain from the country of origin to employment in Mauritius, thereby reducing opportunities for illegal recruitment, human trafficking, and forced labor. Fourthly, it gives practical effect to the employer pays principle by ensuring that recruitment fees
and related costs are borne by employers and not migrant workers, thereby reducing the risk of debt bondage and exploitation. Finally, it promotes greater accountability among all parties involved in the recruitment process and contributes to the safeguarding the dignity, rights and welfare of migrant workers while ensuring that employers recruit workers through lawful, transparent and ethical procedure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have to report that ever since that this requirement to recruit through a recruitment agency has been made compulsory, we have received at the level of the ministry many representation from many employers who wanted to be able to continue recruiting directly. Accordingly, the permanent secretary in my ministry is considering allowing direct recruitment in the following cases, where the identity of the individual is material. For example, jockeys, priests, sportsperson, and certain employees of religious association. In that case, you don't need to go through a recruitment agent. Where there is specialized recruitment, for example, a hospital recruiting a medical specialist or a bank recruiting a highly specialized executive. And the first category is intra-group transfers, where a Mauritian employer has employees within the same group from another country. They can ask for these employees to be transferred to Mauritius without going through recruitment agencies.
Okay. You have one supplementary, yes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In relation to the numerous applications which had been made and which were pending at the ministry prior to the coming into force of the regulation in l'été, c'est-à-dire prior to May 2026, est-ce que le ministre serait disposé de considérer la possibilité de dispenser ces applications de ce règlement, c'est-à-dire d'avoir recours à un private recruitment agency?
In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for all applications received before May 2026, we have already allowed direct recruitment. But for those applications received after May 2026, we are also considering on a case-by-case basis for the PS to exercise its discretion to allow direct recruitment.
The Honourable Third Member for Culture Media Moka.
B1189, please. Monsieur le Vice-président, la CWR m'informe que le contrat de renouvellement des tuyaux dans la région de Saint-Julien-d'Ottemont a été attribué à Quality Builders Company Limited le 23 octobre 2023 pour un montant de 76 846 000. Les travaux ont débuté le 18 décembre 2023 et devaient s'achever le 12 avril 2025. Le long de la route Higginson B24, le projet prévoit la pose de 2 tuyaux de chaque côté de la route sur une longueur de 2,56 km. La totalité des 5,6 km a été posée d'un côté de la route, tandis que 2,2 km ont été posés de l'autre côté. De plus, 1 km de tuyaux de posés de chaque côté de la route, soit 2 km, a été mis en service et remis en état de façon permanente. L'asphaltage a été réalisé dans le cadre d'un contrat distinct conclu à Bimanic Stone Crusher Limited le 3 novembre 2025. Il reste encore sur la route de B24, il reste encore des travaux à faire, par exemple le remplacement des tuyaux. Et il faudra poser 300 mètres de tuyaux. Il faudra aussi faire les essais de pression dans les tuyaux sur 5 km. Il y aura des travaux de raccordement pour les domestiques, fixation des selles, fixation des accessoires. Monsieur le Vice-président, en 2025, alors qu'une enquête était en cours auprès de l'entrepreneur par la FCC, la CWA a suspendu les paiements et l'entrepreneur a quitté le chantier en juillet 2025. En février 2026, cette année-ci, la FCC a informé la CWA de la conclusion de son enquête. Un paiement partiel a donc été effectué et l'entrepreneur a repris ses activités sur le chantier le 20 avril 2026 de cette année-ci, effectuant à nouveau des raccordements. Monsieur le Vice-président, la CWA m'informe que lors de l'exécution des travaux, il a été constaté, encore une fois, que l'entrepreneur n'avait pas procédé à la remise en état provisoire de la route après les travaux d'excavation. malgré plusieurs injonctions de la CWA, lui demanda de renforcer les effectifs sur ce chantier parce qu'on a pas mal de complaintes des députés de l'endroit. L'entrepreneur a refusé d'y s'y conformer. Aucun travail supplémentaire de pose de tuyaux n'a été réalisé depuis la reprise des travaux en avril 2026. Donc, le chemin est en un état terrible. L'entrepreneur, donc, Allied Builders, ouais, Quality Builders attendait qu'il soit payé pour poursuivre les travaux. Le 4 juin 2026, l'entrepreneur a signifié une mise en demeure à la CWA, invoquant du non-paiement des sommes certifiées et indiquant son intention d'engager des poursuites judiciaires et de suspendre les travaux jusqu'au règlement. L'entrepreneur a cessé toute activité sur le chantier, monsieur le député, depuis le 26 juin 2026. Compte tenu des dangers pressants sur le site et l'absence d'une réponse de l'entrepreneur Quality Builders Company Limited, la CWA a chargé Bimanic Stone Crusher Limited de réaliser des travaux de remise en état provisoire de ces chemins. Ces travaux ont été achevés le 14 juillet 2026. Monsieur le vice-président, suite à la certification par la CWA que les travaux ont été réalisés à sa satisfaction, et la CWA fera le nécessaire pour payer le contracteur, mais l'entrepreneur devra soumettre un nouveau calendrier pour achever les travaux.
Yes,
Si les travaux de pose des tuyaux ont été complétés,
Non. Non,
la
pas
pose
encore.
des tuyaux.
Non, il reste encore de 3 km où je suis un peu perdu dans mes papiers, mais 2 ou 3 km de tuyaux restent encore à être posés et des raccordements domestiques individuels restent à faire. Donc c'est pour cette raison que jusqu'ici, sur les 76 millions de roupies, nous avons payé 28 millions de roupies. Donc on va essayer de terminer ce projet-là à 46 millions de roupies. Moins de 76 millions parce que nous avons dû payer Bimanic Stone pour l'asphaltage.
yes.
Peut-on savoir quand le projet va être réalisé complètement?
On attend d'abord le nouveau calendrier de l'entrepreneur. Hein. Dès que nous recevrons ce calendrier-là, nous allons payer la somme de 1,4 million de roupies pour pouvoir continuer le travail. Et je suppose quelques kilomètres de tuyaux, disons 2 mois, on peut s'arranger pour que 2 mois le travail soit fait et l'asphaltage aussi.
The Honourable Third Member for Port with North and Mount Island.
B1190.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that Valley-Lepret Community Health Center is situated on the ground floor of a multi-purpose complex owned by the municipality of Port Louis, which also accommodates other public services, including a post office. The CHC has a dedicated waiting area with a seating capacity for 55 persons. The area is adequately ventilated through functional windows, fans, and air conditioning system. In addition, 3 units of 5-seater bucket chairs have been recently fixed in the adjoining covered veranda to enhance patient comfort during these peak attendance periods. Blood collection services at Valley-Lepret Community Health Center are conducted every Tuesday and Wednesday from 6:45 a.m. to 8 a.m. prior to the commencement of medical consultation sessions. However, the blood collection sessions may extend beyond 8 a.m., particularly when a significant number of patients arrive at or after 7:30 a.m. On average, 80 patients attend each blood collection session, while some 50 to 60 patients attend the CHC for general consultations and other primary health care services on a daily basis. The average waiting time for patients attending the CHC is approximately 10 to 25 minutes. Temporary congestion occurs in the waiting area when the arrival of other patients attending the CHC or medical consultations and dressing services overlap with those who are already at the CHC for blood collection. To address this issue, arrangement has been made to deploy a healthcare assistant during blood collection sessions in order to improve patient flow and ensure that blood collection activities are completed before the commencement of the medical consultation sessions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, accordingly, while the existing waiting area is adequate in terms of ventilation and functionality, operational measures are being implemented to improve patient flow and accommodate patients attending for blood collection more efficiently.
Yes, Honourable Member, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B1151, 1204, 1196, 1194, 1152, 1198, 1206, 1205, 1191, 1197, 1207. We won't have time for another question. Time is over. Madam Speaker will take the chair.
Please be seated. I'm very happy to see you're in a good mood. Yes.
Motion.
Madam Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Yes. It is seconded, of course, by the DPM. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers, non-public bills, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Finance Bill number 12 of 2026 be read the first time.
Yes, it is seconded. Thank you. Yes, the next bill.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 13 of 2026 be read the first time.
Seconded. Thank you.
Public bill, second reading.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I move that the Finance Bill number 12 of 2026 and the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 13 of 2026 be read a second time and considered together. Madam Speaker, we're not here today to reopen the debate on the measures announced in the budget speech and its annex. These two bills simply give legal effect to the measures that have already been debated and approved by the National Assembly. These two bills, Madam Speaker, bring amendments to a total of 83 enactments relating to policies and measures announced in the budget speech of 2026-2027 and its annex, and for matters connected, consequential, or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, I will start with amendments being brought under the Finance Bill of 2026. Clause 2 amends the Customs Act in order to tighten customs compliance and penalties by requiring full prepayment of duties and taxes before clearance and by enhancing risk-based controls on imports. This, Madam Speaker, will close loopholes will reduce leakages and reinforce the integrity of our border tax regime. Clause 3 amends the Customs Tariff Act to clarify tariff administration and to adjust selected custom duties and exemptions in line with the measures announced in the budget. Through these adjustments, we support productive sectors, ensure greater predictability for importers, and maintains coherence between tariff policy and our broader economic objectives. Clause 4 amends the Excise Act to extend an excise duty on all plastic bottles and to update excise measures on hard liquor, tobacco, sugar-sweetened products, and related duty-free facilities. This clause reflects our commitment to public health and environmental sustainability. Clause 5 amends the Finance and Audit Act to shorten timelines for financial reporting and audit and to align central government and public sector accounts with international public sector accounting standards. By doing so, we are improving the timeliness, the transparency and comparability of our public finances, which is essential for fiscal discipline and credibility. Clause 6 amends the Gambling Regulatory Authority Act to modernize the gambling framework for interactive and digital gaming and to strengthen governance, supervision, and responsible gambling. This clause brings our regulatory architecture in line with technological developments, while at the same time safeguarding vulnerable groups and reinforcing oversight of this sensitive sector. Clause 7 amends the Income Tax Act to rebalance the income tax structure and incentives, to implement technical changes related to the qualified domestic minimum top-up tax, and to adjust exemptions and tax holidays. Through these measures, Madam Speaker, we are maintaining our competitiveness within the evolving international tax landscape. Clause 8 amends the Inscription of Privileges and Mortgages Act to mandate the electronic registration of deeds by attorneys at law instead of only notaries. This modernization supports digitalization, improves efficiency, and reduces the scope for errors and delays in the registration process. Clause 9 amends the Land Duties and Taxes Act to maintain the competitiveness of real estate schemes while introducing a special levy and rationalization exemptions. The intention is to balance the attractiveness of Mauritius as an investment destination with a fair contribution to government revenue and overall development. Clause 10 amends the Mauritius Revenue Authority Act to first introduce a framework for compliance agreement, second, to authorize the MRA to share information on individuals and businesses involved in online commercial activities, including unregistered traders, with the Ministry of Commerce and Consumer Protection. 3, extend the application of provisions relating to stay of assessment in cases involving non-remission of tourist fees collected, where the matter is referred to a law enforcement agency for parallel investigation, and 4, to provide for flexibility in the registration of a tax agent. Clause 10, therefore, promotes a more collaborative approach between the tax administration and taxpayers while ensuring that intermediaries operate to the highest professional and ethical standards. Clause 11 amends the National Assembly Retiring Allowances Act to modernize the pension arrangements of members of Parliament, including the introduction of a new defined contribution scheme with appropriate grandfathering provisions. It preserves acquired rights while placing parliamentary pensions on a more sustainable and transparent footing for the future. Madam Speaker, as I've already stated, we have not abandoned the gist of the pension reform, except for the means test, which is out. We took note of the concerns and decided to discard the means test. Listening to people does not mean ignoring reality or denying the challenges we face. The demographic and fiscal pressures remain, and reform is therefore still necessary. That is our responsibility. The real choice before the country is not between reform and comfort. That choice does not exist. The real choice is between a controlled reform today or a brutal crisis tomorrow. Clause 12 amends the National Pensions Act to 1. Support the transition from the basic retirement pension to the state age pension. 2, to adjust eligibility and residency rules. And 3, to set up a steering committee to advise on the establishment of a new pension regulatory framework. Madam Speaker, although I believe that the current provision is clear in regard to our policy intention regarding the increase in state age pension, after taking into consideration the cost of living, I will nevertheless bring an amendment at committee stage as per the amendment which I hope has been circulated to Section 3C in Clause 12 of the bill to remove any possible confusion or doubt in the mind of the public. Clause 13 amends the Pension Act to clarify the circumstances in which retirement requires presidential approval and to allow recovery of sums due to government when an officer exits the public service. Clause 14 amends the President's Emoluments and Pensions Act to recalibrate the pension of the President and Vice President and their surviving spouses net of any non-contributory state pensions. Clause 15 amends the Public Debt Management Act to strengthen reporting obligations and standards for public sector debt and fiscal risk. This, Madam Speaker, will improve quality, completeness, and timeliness of debt data, thereby reinforcing our capacity to manage public debt prudently and transparently. Clause 16 amends the registration duty to adjust registration duties, penalties, and remission powers, particularly in respect of first-time buyers and land surveyor reports. It refines our regime to deter abuse, provides targeted relief where warranted, and provides the Minister of Finance with a structured mechanism to address technical and administrative cases. Clause 17 amends the Revenue Tribunal Act to standardize the amount payable on tax and customs appeals lodged with the Revenue Tribunal. This, Madam Speaker, promotes consistency, predictability, and fairness in the appeals process for taxpayers. Clause 18 amends the Social Contribution and Social Benefits Act to provide for the payment of retirement, benefit, or disability allowances due but unpaid at the time of the beneficiary's death to the spouse or legal heirs of the deceased. Clause 19 amends the schedule on the Social Integration and Empowerment Act to increase the monthly income threshold to be eligible for beneficiaries under the Social Register of Mauritius with effect for the 1st of July 2026. Clause 20 amends the State Lands Act to remove the deferment facilities granted to industrial site leases during the COVID-19 pandemic with effect from the 1st of July 2027 in order to strengthen government revenue mobilization while allowing stakeholders sufficient time to settle outstanding amounts. Clause 21 amends the Statistics Act to recognize public sector debt statistics as official statistics, thereby enhancing the credibility and the transparency of public debt reporting while providing greater operational flexibility to Statistics Mauritius in the collection and dissemination of statistical information. Clause 22 amends the Statutory Bodies Accounts and Audit Act to require that at least 25% of the members of every board should be women and to bring the real estate agent authority under the scope of the Act. Clause 23 amends the Statutory Bodies Pension Funds, the Act to clarify the benefits payable to officers leaving a statutory body, allow the recovery of outstanding amounts owed by an officer to government or a statutory body before any refund is made, and include the real estate agent authority in the first schedule to enable it to establish a pension fund for its employees. Clause 24 amends the Transcription and Mortgage Act to require attorneys at law to submit registration documents electronically through the Registrar General's online system and increases the fees for searches on the immovable property database. Clause 25 introduces several amendments to the Value-Added Tax Act to modernize the VAT framework, strengthen tax administration, and improve compliance. The amendments provide for charging of VAT on the commission received by foreign operators of online marketplaces and enforcement measures, revise VAT obligations for digital service providers, introduce a 5% insurance premium tax on short-term general insurance from the 1st of January 2027, and clarify VAT treatment for various sectors and transactions. They also include measures to facilitate invoicing compliance, improve recovery and reporting procedures, align VAT provisions with international standards, and extend exemptions or zero rating on selected goods and services. Clause 27 validates the resolution passed by the National Assembly on the 19th of June 2026 relating to the increase in excise duty rates on hard liquor, tobacco products, and sugar-sweetened products. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill of 2026. This bill introduces amendments across a wide range of legislations to secure financial stability, enhance governance, and support our economic and social priorities. Clause 2 amends the Bank of Mauritius Act to first enable government to issue longer-term bonds of up to 30 years in line with our strategy to lengthen debt maturity and reduce risk. 2, to establish a cyber threat intelligence sharing platform for the financial sector. 3, to provide for the Minister of Finance, after consultation with the Governor of the Bank of Mauritius, to transfer funds to the Bank of Mauritius to increase its paid-up capital. And 4, to upgrade the qualification requirements of the chairperson of the Banking Services Review Panel. Clause 3 amends Section 64 of the Banking Act to ensure that bank secrecy cannot be used to block access to customer information needed for investigations under the Financial Crimes Commission Act or under the UN Sanctions Law. It clarifies the process, Madam Speaker, for disclosure orders, extends disclosure beyond money laundering to a broader range of financial crimes, and confirms that these disclosures and reporting obligations override the statutory duty of compliance, but it has to follow due process, while also fixing a drafting cross-reference. Clause 4 amends the Business Registration Act to allow a business to displace business registration in any format and at its principal place of business. Clause 5 amends the Captive Insurance Act to empower the Financial Services Commission to extend on application and for valid reasons the time limits for regulatory returns and filing by captive insurance. Clause 6 amends the Civil Service Family Protection Scheme Act to improve representation on the board and thereby strengthen its governance. Clause 7 amends the Civil Status Act to allow a non-citizen married to a Mauritian outside Mauritius to either submit an official document from a competent authority attesting marital status when applying for a temporary residence permit, or provide an affidavit sold before the Supreme Court of Mauritius. This is consequential to the amendments of the Immigration Act. Clause 8 amends the Clinical Trials Act to provide for expanded electronic processes, fast-track committees, clinical trials in public hospitals, clearer licensing and investigator accreditation, and liability protections. The aim is to refine the clinical trials framework and bring it in line with the international best practices. Clause 9 amends the Code Civil Mauricien to remove the obligation for a seller of a motor vehicle to remit a certificat de gage sans déplacement, where the registration is initiated through the Registrar General's online portal. This amendment therefore cuts one administrative step, reduces paperwork, and the need to queue up at multiple counters and speed up online registration of second-hand vehicles. Clause 10 amends the Companies Act to strengthen beneficial ownership transparency, extend name reservation periods, adjust various technical provisions, and facilitate adoption of sustainability reporting standards. Clause 11 amends the Competition Act to reinforce the framework for market inquiries by empowering the Competition Commission to issue directions, extend undertakings, and appeal rights to such inquiries and enhance transparency and participation. Clause 12 amends the Cooperative Act to modernize the regulatory framework, including updated definitions, minimum capital and eligibility requirements, stronger internal controls, risk-based supervision, and clearer rules for dormant societies and fees. Clause 13 amends the Courts Act to broaden the category of forensic reports admissible in evidence without requiring the attendance of the scientific officer unless the court considers the officer's attendance absolutely necessary. Clause 14 amends the Early Childhood Care and Education Authority Act to clarify that a pre-primary school is not limited to a school or to a unit located within the premises of a primary school. This amendment removes a long-lasting anomaly regarding pre-primary school sector. Clause 15 amends the Economic Development Board Act to introduce the Golden Visa and the AI City Scheme, to rationalize certain schemes and review occupation permit criteria. The amendment will enable the ADB to attract more productive investment and higher skills. Clause 16 amends the Energy Efficiency Act to establish a regulatory framework for energy performance contracting, strengthen the role of the Energy Efficiency Management Office, and increase penalties and regulatory powers to promote energy efficiency. This amendment is necessary to set a strong foundation for economic growth that will be led by the energy sector. Clause 17 amends the Environment Act to clarify the scope and coverage of environment protection fee relating to an enterprise engaged in stone crushing or the processing of aggregates, rock sand or basalt sand to avoid double payment of the environment protection fee. It also allows for the increase of fines or offenses relating to illegal dumping of waste and other materials, littering the public places and natural sites, non-compliance with an ISO abatement notice, and the unauthorized display of posters or defacement of designated site. This amendment, Madam Speaker, strengthens environmental sustainability by reinforcing deterrence against activities that harm our natural environment. Clause 18 amends the Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act to expand the definition of credit unions to include societies under the Cooperatives Act, which provide financial services to their members. The amendment also removes the limitation on the power of the Financial Services Commission to sanction financial institutions for non-compliance with the AML-CFT requirements. The same amendment excludes low-risk third-party administrators from the AML-CFT obligations. Clause 19 amends the Financial Reporting Act to introduce sustainability reporting standards and provide for the enforcement by the Financial Reporting Council. Clause 20 amends the Financial Services Act to establish a National FinTech Governance Committee, strengthen the FSC's supervisory and enforcement powers, including conservatorship and advertising controls, and introduce a private wealth management license. Together, Madam Speaker, clauses 18 to 20 strengthen Mauritius' reputation as a clean, transparent, and forward-looking financial sector. Clause 21 amends the Food and Agricultural Research and Extension Institute Act, first to introduce definitions of food security and national food security strategy, two, to broaden the objectives of the Food and Agricultural Research and Extension Institute by designating it as a national authority responsible for planning, coordinating, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating food security programs, and for leading the implementation of national food security, food sovereignty, and food self-sufficiency targets. Third, preparation of annual food security reports And fourth, to empower FARI to establish interinstitutional committees, require relevant ministries, institutions, and agencies to submit information required to monitor food security targets, to appoint food security experts on a contractual basis, and to facilitate public-private ventures and contract farming. Clause 22 amends the Foundations Act to clarify which charitable foundations are subject to AML CFT inspections and to require dates of birth in beneficial ownership registers. Clause 23 amends the Freeport Act to remove the prescribed time limit on private freeport developers for warehousing authorization. Clause 24 amends the Higher Education Act to strengthen quality assurance, including for micro-credentials and foundation programs, and to clarify the role and funding functions of the Higher Education Commission. Clause 25 amends the Immigration Act to modernize occupational permits, align with ADB reforms, introduce prescribed fees and documentation for spouses, and establish a digital travel authorization regime. This amendment, Madam Speaker, represents an important step towards a more modern, predictable, and secure immigration framework at a time when demographic growth is negative, with a consequential decline in our labor force. Madam Speaker, importantly, in Clause 25, I am removing the discretionary power of the minister to whom the responsibility for the subject of home affairs is assigned. That is, in our case, the Prime Minister himself, to cancel the visa of a non-citizen in the public interest. That discretionary power is being removed completely. As a result, such decision will henceforth be based on rules rather than on discretion. Clause 726 amends the Industrial Property Act to give effect to the Harare Protocol on ARIPO titles and to align the institutional framework accordingly. Clause 27 amends the International Financial Organizations Act to update references and governance provisions relating to the Bretton Woods and related institutions and to repeal obsolete schedules. Clause 28 amends the Irrigation Authority Act to allow authorized officers to enter specified lands within irrigation areas to verify compliance with land use conditions. Clause 29 amends the Jewelry Act to extend the assay officer's supervisory remit over dealers in precious metals and stones for AML CFT purposes, allow sanctions for non-compliance, and lengthen record-keeping periods. Clause 30 amends the Land Drainage Authority Act to enhance coordination between the Land Drainage Authority and the National Development Unit, provide for fees and charges to be levied, and improve governance on drainage projects. This amendment will facilitate the timely implementation of land drainage projects, strengthen flood mitigation efforts, and provide better protection to families, communities, and businesses affected by recurrent flooding. Clause 31 amends the Law Officers Act to update provisions following institutional changes and to clarify the circumstances in which a law officer and state attorney may appear on behalf of entities in which the state has interest. Clause 32 amends the Limited Liability Partnership Act and Clause 33, the Limited Partnership Act, to extend name reservation periods, raise the turnover threshold for small partnerships, and requires dates of birth in beneficial ownership registers. Clause 34 amends the Mauritius Agricultural Marketing Act to increase applicable fines and imprisonment terms, thereby strengthening enforcement. Clause 35, again, Madam Speaker, it amends the Mauritius Citizenship Act to remove the discretionary powers of the Prime Minister and Minister of Home Affairs to deprive citizenship without reasons and to make the regime more rule-based. This is to address the infamous Hoffman Law, which was passed specifically for one person. Clause 36 amends the Mauritius Institute of Training and Development Act to add a representative of the Ministry of Tourism to the board and increase the quorum. Clause 37 amends the Mauritius Qualifications Authority Act to provide for the registration and deregistration of trainers and to strengthen the national qualifications framework. Clause 38 amends the Morcellement Act to remove certain requirements relating to association foncière and green forest and to provide transitional arrangements. Clause 39 repeals the National Environment Cleaning Authority Act to wind up that authority. Thus, only Mori Facilities Management Company Limited will operate in that sector, avoiding duplication and suboptimal use of resources. The detailed transitional provisions for staff assets, liabilities, and acts of NECA are being addressed at Clause 60. Clause 40 amends the National Land Transport Authority Act to review the licensing board's framework, introduce structured procedures and rights of appeal for license applications, and reinforce conflict of interest rules. Clause 41 amends the Non-Citizens Employment Restriction Act to create a student employment permit regime with associated procedures, offences and penalties for foreign students and employers who fail to comply with the new requirements. Clause 42 amends the Ports Act to require the Director of Shipping to verify vessels' compliance certificates before granting inwards clearance, thereby enhancing maritime safety and environmental protection. Clause 43 amends the Private Health Institutions Act to introduce a formal application and approval in principle process for the new or expanded private health institutions. Clause 44 amends the private pension scheme to provide that abandoned entitlements are transferred to the curator of vacant estates. Clause 45 amends the Public Health Act to introduce fixed penalty notices for unlawful waste disposal and storage that create public health risk. Clause 46 amends the Public Holidays Act so that when a public holiday falls on a Sunday, the following Monday is also a public holiday. Clause 47 amends the Public Procurement Act to allow direct procurement of specialized services from diaspora members under prescribed conditions. This will facilitate greater engagement of the Mauritian diaspora and leveraging their expertise and international experience for national development. Clause 48 amends the Road Traffic Act to establish a traffic management and road safety unit, modernize vehicle registration procedures, expand regulation, making powers, and penalize excessive noise from altered silencers. Clause 49 amends the Small Farmers Welfare Fund Act to clarify key definitions and to increase the maximum number of cattle from 40 to 50 to qualify for support from the Small Farmers Welfare Fund. Clause 50 amends the Sugar Industry Efficiency Act to abolish the land conversion exception following the discontinuation of the integrated modern agricultural Morcellement scheme. Clause 51 amends the Tourism Authority Act to regulate outdoor accommodation and motorized water sports, harmonize alcohol limits with what is prescribed under the Road Traffic Act, and enhance safety on pleasure crafts. Clause 52 amends the Trust Fund for Specialized Medical Care Act to broaden its functions and to perform the duties conferred to it under the Clinical Trials Act. Clause 53 amends the United Nations Financial Prohibitions, Arms Embargo, and Travel Ban Sanctions, that is the Sanctions Act, to improve the functioning of the National Sanctions Committee and clarify procedures and third-party rights in relation to freezing and prohibition orders. Clause 54 amends the Variable Capital Companies Act to allow protected cell companies to convert into variable capital companies with legal continuity. The amendment allows a protected cell company to be converted into a variable capital company, thereby providing greater flexibility for investment structures, facilitating businesses, and ensuring continuity of existing legal rights, obligations, and operations during the conversion process. That is for the whole restructuring of the business. Clause 55 amends the Veterinary Council Act to revise the quorum requirement. Clause 56 amends the Virtual Asset and Initial Token Offering Services Act to tighten governance of virtual asset service providers, to prohibit unlicensed solicitation, and allow tax authorities to assess crypto asset information. Clause 57 amends the Waqf Act to ensure compliance with the Mauritius AML CFT CPF framework. Clause 58 amends the Waste Management and Resource Recovery Act to redefine the definition of waste carrier, strengthen licensing and registration for waste transport and importation, and clarify responsibilities. Clause 59 amends the workers' right to introduce paid menstrual leave, extend maternity leave to 6 months, with, of course, an additional option, as we said, for another 6 months on half pay and lengthen paternity leave. Finally, Madam Speaker, Clause 28 of the Finance Bill 2026 and Clause 61 under the Economic and Financial Measures, that is the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, provide for the commencement of the various amendments under this bill, either on specified dates or by proclamation or on publication in the Government Gazette. Madam Speaker, an amendment will be made to Clause 61, Subclause 2 and Subclause 7 of the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill at committee stage to provide for the measure on the extension of the maternity leave and the paternity leave to be effective as from the 1st of January 2027 instead of the 1st of July 2026 to allow proper human resource planning. I would like to inform the House, Madam Speaker, that we will come with the required legislative and operational framework for the implementation of the digital e-visa system, parallel imports, and anti-abusing pricing practices. These measures require more time for preparation before implementation. Madam Speaker, to conclude, as I bring this second reading speech to a close, I reaffirm the unwavering commitment of this government to the vision set out in Budget 2026-2027. These bills give legislative effect to the reforms that are guided by the 4 principles that define our approach to nation building. That is responsabilité, solidarité, efficacité économique, et justice sociale. They are more than a collection of legislative amendments. Together, they provide the legal framework to restore fiscal sustainability, strengthen our institutions, modernize our economy, reinforce our social contract, and prepare Mauritius for the challenges of an increasingly uncertain world. The future, Madam Speaker, cannot be secured by postponing difficult decisions. It is built by having the courage to act today. Fiscal consolidation is not an end in itself. It is the means by which we restore the strength of the state, preserve confidence in our public financiers, and ensure that future generations inherit a country that is resilient, competitive, and able to protect the most vulnerable. As I said in the budget speech, the future depends on what we do in the present. These bills translate that conviction into action. They lay the foundation of a future-ready Mauritius. That is one that is fiscally responsible, economically stronger, socially fairer, and better equipped to seize the opportunities of tomorrow. The reforms, Madam Speaker, which are before this House, demand courage and perseverance. But they are reforms that are taken not for the next election, but for the next generations. With the confidence in our people and faith in our country's future, this government will continue to take the decisions that are necessary to secure lasting prosperity for all Mauritians. Madam Speaker, with these words, I now commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. Seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Prime Minister. I have an announcement. Honourable members, now that the Prime Minister has made his speech on the second reading of both bills before the House, I have an announcement to make because I have taken time to ponder on the rules that concern such an important debate. The measures in the bills were already in the annex to the budget speech provided to members. Those measures provide for the implementation of what was already announced. Each bill has what is known as a long title which describes the object of the bill. For the finance bill, it is to to provide for the implementation of measures announced in the budget speech 2026-2027 relating to taxation and national finance and for the matters connected, consequential and incidental thereto. For the economic and financial measures miscellaneous provisions bill, it is to provide for the implementation of measures announced in the budget speech 2026-2027 relating to economic and financial measures and for the other miscellaneous economic, financial and related measures. During the ensuing debate, honourable members will be expected to refer to matters which are directly connected to the measures already announced and those which are consequential or incidental thereto only. Standing Order 42.1 clearly stipulates that debate must be relevant to the bill and the amendments brought. Honourable members will not be allowed to debate on policy matters which have already been the subject of full-fledged debates of the appropriation 2026-2027 bills. Honourable members have to restrict their observations to the amendments of the legislation proposed in the two bills being debated and not to the main legislation being amended. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the debates.
Thank you. The question... The question is that debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the House to Friday, the 31st of August 2026 at 3 p.m.
The question is that the House be adjourned to Friday, the 31st of July 2026. Is there a problem? There's no problem. May I carry on? July, I said.
He said August.
You heard wrong.
He said August.
I heard wrong. Okay. I'm going to start again. Prime Minister, you did say Friday, the 31st of July. That is next Friday.
Next Friday,
Of course.
31st of July,
Yes.
at 3 p.m.
Okay. The question is that the House be adjourned to Friday, the 31st of July, 2026 at 3 p.m. Yes. Right? Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned.